Well, hello and welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and see what we can get into. I want to be doing a little bit of laundry while I'm doing the stream too. But we're going to be pulling up and some tree stuff. We had a really bad storm come through, and I've got a lot to still need to do. I should be hanging out with my son right now, but I've just been working all morning. I got a little bit of suntan. I'm wearing this uh, jacket because I got a little bit of a suntan and sunburn, I believe. But anyway, I'm not a baby. Anyway, enjoy this art bill. Enjoy the stream. Enjoy the stream.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, across all these many time zones, from the Tahitian and Hawaiian island chains in the west, eastward to the Caribbean, south into South America, and north to the pole. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. This will be a paradigm-shattering program this morning. Robert Ghostwolf has just returned from a month in the U.S., Colorado.
Didn't they call BS on Robert Ghostwolf? What was it, that other guy that?
All right.
What was he? No, he was him and Art Bell didn't get along. He was that remote viewer
already regarding
that had a really bad.
that big.
Yeah,
Now I'll tell you this.
that guy.
For those of you who have computers, you can begin heading up to my website right now, and if you will scroll down to Robert Ghostwolf's name, you will see you'll see a link. Click on that, and you will get a set of photographs. And I am not now going to tell you what it is. We'll do sort of the double-blind reverse test. You go take a look at what it is. And if this doesn't blow your mind, if this doesn't cause you to begin thinking about our origins and whether we really know the whole truth or not, then you're just not thinking. So it'll be kind of interesting in this first hour. I'm telling you, if you have a computer, if you have access to a computer, if you can borrow, beg, don't steal a computer, whatever you can do, get to one. Go to my website and just take a look at what Robert Ghostwolf has found. Is that dramatic enough for you? Well, it deserves that much drama. It really does. As a matter of fact, it has been blowing my mind all day long. So, in the next hour, Robert Ghostwolf back from a quest, and a successful quest. And tonight's guest. So all of that, ladies and gentlemen, directly ahead. I'm telling you, I guess I ought to get my website, huh? For those of you who might not have it, www.artbell.com. www.artbell, that's ARTBELL, all lowercase.com. Scroll down to Robert Ghostwolf's name and take a look. When I first saw it, I went, oh my God. And I phoned Richard Hoagland, and I led Richard to at that point, secret page, and I had him look at this, and he went, oh my God. And then I tried a couple others. I tried my boss at the network, same reaction, oh my God. Then I called Bob Crane down at the Sea Crane Company, and I had him look, and he went, oh my God. So it's an oh my God kind of reaction all the way around. I'm telling you, take a look. You're looking at our own Colorado, or our own Rockies. When you think about the future, do you see the economy getting better or worse? With a small investment of your time, it really doesn't matter, frankly, because you can control your own destiny. Maybe with a half hour's work a day. I'm talking about commodities, which have earned a kind of a dirty rep by, from the...
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
Commodities are really nothing more than the things that people need. Gold, copper, orange juice, heating oil, beans, cattle. Things people need that are traded. And Ken Roberts can teach you to do what he has done. He is now a multimillionaire, and while this is not billed as a get-rich-quick scheme, it is not really.
Welcome to the stream. Enjoy the stream.
You learn to invest on paper. As you learn from Ken, you learn to invest on paper. And only when you are ready to use real money do you begin using it. It works. Call them 1-800-GOLD-KRZ. You receive, free of charge, no obligation, a complete report and audio tape that lays the whole thing out. So call them. How can you know? 1-800-465-3572. Now, absolutely fresh flowers. A flower farm in Southern California. They do one thing and they do it exceptionally well, and you are the beneficiary, or whoever you send the flowers to. There is no better deal on flowers in America. This is it. Now, the reason you're getting the deal, I'll just tell you straight out. It's a flower farm. They're selling it to you at the wholesale rate. Several years ago, the wholesale market began to tighten up. Dexter Yard, who owns the flower farm, decided why not sell straight to the American people and just give them a really good deal. What a good idea it was. It works, folks. Call them. Delivery, by the way, is next day. You call today and boom, they get the flowers there tomorrow. The number is 1-800-562-6438. You can call that 24 hours a day, including right now. 1-800-562-6438. I'm here to tell you an amazing story. Late last year, an unbelievable discovery was made of U.S. $20 gold pieces. They were found in Wells Fargo Bank here in Nevada. Not only was the size of the find incredible, but the quality of the coins equally unbelievable. So you can start one if you want. The Find and Art Bell Shot Club is just that. It is a place where people discuss the kinds of things that we talk about here on the air. Frequently having guests lecture and that sort of thing. They are not, I repeat, they are not fan clubs. Here with an update on the chat clubs from Denver is Tim Cannon. Tim, welcome. Broadcasting from 65 Canadian provinces, 1,000 watts of Cities Radio. You're listening to KSCP, St. Paul, Minneapolis. From the Kingdom of Now, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. From east of the Rockies, call Art at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana and Colorado and New Mexico, at 1-255. First-time callers may reach out at area code 702-727-1222. And you may fax Art at area code 702-727-8499. Please limit your faxes to 1 or 2 pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art. Good morning. All right, I'm going to say this again. Get up to my website, scroll down to the name Robert Griswold, and get ready for the shock of your lifetime. We have been talking a lot lately with all kinds of guests, from astronomers to investigators to religious people to you name it, about our origins, about where we came from, who we are. Robert Ghostwolf, in a 1-month quest in the Rockies, has come up with a big piece of the puzzle. And so I suggest you get up there and take a look-see. It's at my website, www.artbell.com. Now, one more item, and then we are a little more than caught up, which is what I want to be because of the drama of what is coming this next hour. I'm telling you. All right. It's time. Now I can do this 2 ways. I don't put my mic over and I can close my mic. Now I close my mouth and all you're going to hear is my voice laughing. How can whoever the hell you this listen to this show? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I sound like Art Bell? I don't think so. There is a demonstration of a voice changer. Oh, that's fun. I have had so much fun with that thing, and so can you. It's a 16-bit piece of digital technology that weighs only 7 ounces, operates on batteries, 3 AA batteries, and you can have a blast with this thing, or you can use it for practical and hopefully moral reasons. But I can tell you this, they will not recognize your voice. You see, I can enhance the effect a little bit by closing my microphone all the way so that you don't get a mixture. That's it. $69.95. Have upgrade in the morning, get one on the way. It's 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. Seagrain Company. The announcement I am going to leave to Robert Ghostwolf, and he certainly deserves to make the announcement of what he has found in the Rockies. But it's going to shake you. Now, what I'm suggesting is that you just go up there now and take a look. If any of you prior to his announcement would like to react to what you see, I'd appreciate a fax at area code 702-727-8499. If you're sitting there frustrated because you do not have a computer, don't worry. It will be described to you in detail, and we will, of course, continue to have this page and these photographs, the photographic proof, sitting there for you throughout the weekend. So if you don't make it through right away, just hang in there. And if you don't have a computer, don't worry. We're going to tell you what's there. Well, a big breaking story about a respiratory care employee at Glendale Adventist Medical Center, who is
hello and welcome to the stream.
40 and 50 patients that he believed were so ill.
Word up, Grandmaster G.
Now, he is not
Word up, Grandmaster G.
arrested.
Word up.
They are looking into this very carefully. I wonder why he suddenly admitted it. Guilt, think? He confessed. Do you think that it was guilt? He said he had a
man, that's some good stuff.
They had to be unconscious,
What you ripping on?
resuscitate order, and look like they were ready to die. Look like they were ready to die, really. That's quite a judgment for one person to make. In Jonesboro, the horrid tragedy goes on. The feds say they will not prosecute these children, 11 and 13. These children who, with forethought and malice, are accused of luring students and teachers into an area where they could be picked off at will with rifles. It is a part of the quickening. I saw a kind of interesting interview earlier tonight on CNN. They interviewed several primary school teachers of varying degrees of experience. And they all agreed on one thing. Today's children are very, very different than those of 20 years ago. Their attitudes, their rebelliousness, their absolute a disinterest in authority figures, and it went on and on and on and on.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
Yes, there is a change in our children, but is that really a surprise to you, those of you who have been listening to this program for any sort of period of time at all? Is it really a surprise? I think no. But I don't pretend to understand it either. One other item, earlier tonight, Mount Etna blew her top. Actually, it was earlier in the afternoon, and one of you alert people out there who have been watching the Etna Live page called me and actually faxed me and said, "Good Lord, look at Etna." And I did, and so did Pete, and sure enough, boy, she was gone. And I think we've got those photographs on the website as well, the Poor Burdened website. Somebody sent me a fax and said also Mount Shasta appears to be awakening as of 11 a.m. Pacific. Several 3-point magnitude and many 2-point magnitude shakes have been occurring in the area of Mount Shasta. Now, we've had earthquakes. Big one. You see that? A great one in the Antarctic. 7.9 in the Antarctic. And now we're beginning to get activity, volcanic activity hither and beyond. That too might be adding up to something. Or you can say, well, these are very diverse places, Art. No big deal. These mountains.
Welcome to the stream.
Every now and then they do indeed. But I think there is a relationship between the earthquakes, the volcanic activity. Don't you? Well, seems to me there could be. Maybe. Probably is. But that's just me. One more item, then we'll take some calls. Art, listening to your show last night, you discussed what NASA released with respect to El Nino. Like, see this? Came from a client. El Nino, the phenomenon disrupting the weather in the Pacific and the Americas, they kind of rain here, by the way, has made the days longer than usual. The U.S.-based agency said Wednesday that February 5th was the longest day of all, about 0.6 of a millisecond above normal. The Earth is actually slowing down because of El Nino. However, NASA believes that as El Nino lessens, the Earth will once again speed up. And I know a lot of people have explained this to me, but I still don't properly understand how bad weather slows the rotation of the Earth. But apparently it does. All right, to the phones we go. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. Oh, yeah, I'm in Chicago. Hi, Vince. The San Diego Champ Club, they've got quite a treat with Richard Holtman and David John Oates for the bargain price in 1945. Right? You know, the deal even at $33, actually. Those guys are great. In the show last night, I really did enjoy that, even with all the metaphorical reverses. Well, I meant to point that out, and I still feel the same way. And here it is. I understand that those who have achieved a pretty good degree of understanding of the nature of reverse speech can grasp and understand the metaphoric reversals. Yeah, I don't think we can this way, though, because I don't. I simply think it is difficult for the vast majority of the audience to grasp that early on. Yeah, there's a lot of open to interpretation, but I think there's definitely a very big code with the metaphors, just like in the Bible. Oh, the Bible is very metaphorical. There's absolutely no question about it. No question about it. But here's the thing: when you consider the world of reverse speech, and it is a world that is just beginning to have the light dawn upon it. When you consider that world, and it's a very wide world, dominated actually by metaphoric reversals. You also got to consider how best to get the American people to understand it. And as you pointed out, Vince, metaphors are interpretive. more controversial something is, obviously, the harder you can go after it. And it makes it very easy for them to say, what? BS, come on. Not only is it difficult to hear in reverse, but now you're ascribing a meaning to it that is coming from your own mind. So, that's my attitude about metaphors. I, too, believe that they're absolutely accurate, and that it is a completely valid line of research. I just think, though, that for the beginning stages of those hearing reverse speech, it's almost indigestible. And as you learn more and more, and you calibrate your ear, we talked about that a little bit last night, then you can move into metaphors. And you've got to remember that David John Oates himself said that he took years and years before he began to understand the reverse metaphors. Is it Rockies? You're on the air. Hi, Art. This is Richard in Sarasota. Yes, sir. I wanted to comment on the reverse speech show last night. Yes, sir. As a psychologist, I work a lot with unconscious kinds of things. And what I noticed was that it seemed to me that when they told you what you were supposed to hear, you heard it. Well, that is absolutely true to some degree. Now, the caller who I had on with David, I think it was in the first hour, absolutely proved that. I mean, he came up with another meaning for exactly the same reversal, and I agreed, if you recall, that to me it would be the one. Yeah, and I heard it too. When David John Oates said it was feel the heat, I heard that. When the other guy said feel the heat, I heard that too. So there's a lot of interpretation that goes on from all of those conscious moments, and I quite agree. You know, and this is a very interesting thing, and I'm looking forward to see how it pans out. But I don't think it's quite as exact being presented. Well, I don't know, that's a little, and that's kind of a tough judgment for us to make, because David has been doing this for many, many years. And in my experience with patients, I deal with unconscious stuff all the time, and the meanings are very specific to the person, and the symbols and metaphors and things that they come up with are really specific to them rather than more universal, and it's hard to know what it exactly means. That's all I'm really saying. No, I hear you. I guess that is the business you're in. And in a way, to do the interpretations, it's also the business David is in. Right, I accept that. But when I was listening last night, I said, well, there's a lot of this HDI, that's not right. Thank you very much. It is by no means debunked, because somebody comes on the air and says, well, it sounds to me like this, and the fact that I agree with that, I think that even David would tell you that this is a developing science, and I am absolutely convinced, actually I passed that threshold a long time ago, that reverse speech is real. Now, there are controversial aspects of it, and that is so with any new science, and I believe it is a new science. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, huh? Yes, ma'am.
And what I heard last night was feel the beat, feel the beat.
And that was it?
That is it.
All right, thank you very much. Wildcard line, you're on the air, huh?
Oh, hi, Art. This is Wayne. I'm calling from Honolulu. I was wondering, next time you have Richard Hoagland on, can you ask him that if he thinks that the submarine experiments in the Pacific Ocean has anything to do with hyperdimensional Earth physics, since the Big Island is at 19.5 degrees.
He is going to be on later tonight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, could you ask him that? Those Navy submarine experiments could outline the hyperdimensional Earth physics, because there was an earthquake, in Antarctica just a few days after that.
And you know what? That was a big earthquake.
Yeah.
And it was 7.9 is what I got. And what I heard is almost almost nothing. I mean, did you hear about it on the evening news?
Yeah, no, it was just a brief mention. And then they said it went up from the Antarctic, and then the other reports were from New Zealand. But then I got this Earth Grid book, and then it has a map, and then it shows like Hawaii lining up with
All right, listen, mate, here's what we're going to do. Tonight, Richard is going to only be making a brief appearance reacting to what Robert Griswold has found. But next week, we will do an entire show on Tuesday with Richard. So, it might be more appropriate to hold it for them, but believe me, we'll get to it. Oh, great. All right. Thank you, and take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. Hello? Yes, sir. Turn your radio off, please. That's number one. Good. Where are you? Hello? Going once, going twice. Gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Mr. Bill, on your ball jokes, I had one, this is not a joke, what happened, it was about 2 weeks ago.
No, you can't do it. Okay, it will start the war again.
Okay, well, this was a true story.
Okay, nevertheless, the moment you said long jokes, you made me, all the alarm bells went off. Even and for all I know, a lot of long jokes are true stories, right? But you will start the war, and I can't let you do that.
Well, I don't like to work long, I kind of enjoy the jokes.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, but you have no idea what it did to my life.
Well, what do you think, though?
Yes, fine. So you can call up anonymously, lay down your little blonde joke, start an entire war all over again, and leave.
No, I enjoy listening to it. I don't miss it.
No, sir. Don't do it.
You have a good evening.
You too. Take care. No, the war's over. For now. Unless I receive any more serious blows from the other side. East of the Rockies, you're there. Hello.
Hi, it's Audrey in Tulsa.
Hello, Audrey.
A couple of things. First of all, we announced on the news tonight about our first case of flush
Oh boy, you're going to have to speak up here so weak. Just talk right into the phone.
Okay,
Flesh-eating disease.
bacteria.
Yeah.
Here in Tulsa, they say it's the same strain that hit Texas. It was a little boy with chicken pox. He got it from an open wound from one of his sores that he scratched open.
Nevertheless,
Roswell, welcome to the stream.
When they interviewed them, they said, well, yes, this does seem an unusual number of cases, but this is nothing more than the normal. I don't believe that.
I don't either. And the only thing they told us to do that it was that there's a chicken pox vaccine available.
Right?
Real helpful.
Really helpful. I appreciate the news. I'm up against the top of the hour. Get to my website, www.artbell.com. Scroll down to the name Robert Griswold and prepare to be shocked. Brace yourself, folks.
This stands beside the river where you were to meet.
The news coming up is really shocking.
Well, hello, welcome to the stream.
Native American of mixed It is getting bogged down. Even with all the bandwidth we have, it is getting bogged down. So I have turned off the webcam, the live webcam. Please do not go to the webcam. We want people to be able to go and see these amazing photographs that Ghost Wolf got. So I would urge you to go to my website, scroll down to the name Robert Ghost Wolf, and go take a look at the photographs in question, which are about to be described by Robert Ghost Wolf. It's at www.artbell.com. One more time, www.artbell.com. So all of that and Robert Ghost Wolf coming up in just a moment. Don't you want the ignition system Art Bell has on his Hot Rod Metro? It's like a heart transplant for your car. That's 1-800-627-8800. And check out their webpage at www.jacobselectronics.com. All right, as background, in a way, for what we're about to do, I suppose, today's news is a background in a sort of a strange kind of way. There's a hospital aide in Los Angeles at Glendale Adventist Medical Center who is confessing to killing between 40 and 50 patients that he thought were ready to go. In Jonesboro, the tragedy continues as hundreds turned out to say goodbye for the last time to 2 of 5 people killed in that school's ambush by an 11 and 13-year-old. Mount Etna earlier today blew its top. Boy, what an eruption. And we captured the photographs for you. Those are on the website as well. And there are other interesting geophysical things going on right now. The ground is shit all things. And we're beginning to get a few rumblings here near some of our mountains. At any rate, let us begin this incredible night of revelation by allowing, first of all, saying hello to Robert Ghost Wolf.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
I'm still floored. Yeah, I'm hanging in. Yeah, sort of. But I'm floored by what you have found. It was about, you tell me, Robert, how long ago did you sent me an email and you said you were going into the Rockies for a specific purpose, looking for something, and that if you didn't bring back papers, it reached me and that sort of thing. And I read that to the audience. Like, was that a month ago or more? Just about, I guess, 5 weeks ago. 5 weeks. And I read that to the audience, and they said, I've been asking ever since, when is Ghost Wolf coming out? And they want to know, of course, what you have found, why you went, why you thought it was there. Well, it started out with my trying to explain to some of the elders that I work with, that in order for people to understand what they have to say and the message that they have to deliver, they have to say hard facts. They have to say that they're basically dealing with Missouri attitudes, shopping and all that. A lot of people deal with prophecy, a lot of disclosing knowledge of various cultures. We deal with mind, and we deal with potentialities, and we deal with concepts. And there's always room for a lot of people to say, well, that could be, or that couldn't be, or this is, that is, or, well, that may work for you, but it may not be for this, or the earth really is going around because of all we know. And just a moment. And what I wanted to do
because my main purpose in life is to
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
understand the old knowledge and compare it to the new knowledge. So we can take 10,000-year-old prophecies and show the similarities of the prophecies between cultures, and then we can take them right to the next day home so that people can see beyond a question of doubt that these things are happening. A lot of things that tend to happen in our own reality we don't see, whether we want to shut ourselves off of them or we just don't want to ignore them. Or
Well, a good example of that, Robert, would I had Daniel Brinkley on the other night, and he gave us news of a new discovery in Egypt, which is dating way past 10,000 years. They've discovered the ruins in Egypt, and this absolutely destroys everything Egyptians thought about themselves, and frankly, even throws into question whether the Egyptians built the Sphinx and the pyramids at all.
correct. I don't believe they did. I believe that the Egyptians came later. They came after these things were built. And as I've talked about on your show many times, I've seen a lot of different sites. I've seen pyramids. I've seen sphinxes. I talked about sphinxes that I saw in the St. Louis area, sphinxes that I saw in Florida. And the others, when I was talking to them, they said to me, well, would you like to see something that would prove that they were? I said, yeah. And they said, well, if you promise not to disclose the sites, we'll just take pictures. And that's basically what I brought out.
All right, so then you were led to this site by elders, from the elders, other tribes.
I was led here by a Maasai about these places. The stories that come down from the Ute Indians about this place, about our connection with stardust. Because I think that's a really important thing to get across to people, that it is not a fantasy, it's not a conjecture, it's an actuality. I said, okay, but there better be something there. And they sent me some photographs, which I think I suspect you would follow up that night. And enough to substantiate to me that there was something there.
This, obviously, it must be a very difficult to get to area because otherwise we'd all know about it. With what you got in those photographs, my God, we would all know. So it's got to be in a very out-of-the-way place. Where
It is an out-of-the-way place. It is an out-of-the-way place. And some of the problems that I ran into when I was there was with the weather because it was still snowing. And I was trying to transport through 60 miles of snow to the rock. And every day we had to climb up with my party of people, representatives of the Rock Nation of the Mara. They got down to some respects because they had stories about them. There was supposed to be a Lakota elf that was supposed to come, but he wound up getting it on his jobs. And every day we had to climb up and basically go to the site.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream. Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
At 14,000 barely.
Welcome, Grandmaster G.
Back to raised to 5.
Go check out the streams if you got a chance.
Take oxygen at about 12,005. So I'm sure you begin to get very lightheaded.
You can get lightheaded if you don't take your stuff. I'll tell you one thing, when I was up at the top, I could look straight across the horizon, and I could see just about the very peaks of the Continental Divide. And there was nothing but mountains everywhere. I mean, just everywhere.
So even you then, even you were not willing to make this
What up?
this journey into the unseen
Yo.
photographs.
Yo, what's going on, Grandmaster UV?
Here a lot. And to make a journey.
Anyway, I'm going to be doing some laundry. I just want to get some backbeats on, man. I hope you're doing
John's
good.
elders to ask them to come and to ask them what they knew about.
Y'all go check out Grandmaster UV and sub to his channel.
They had any knowledge of these kinds of places. People get very skeptical.
Yes. And so they
Skeptical, speculative. We've heard that before. And, you know, there are these places, we know about them. But a lot of these places have been lost to our memory. You know, meaning that there's a lot of people in the native world right now who are going through their own trials and tribulations because so many of the elders are passing over and not passing their ways down. They don't know the ceremonies anymore. A lot of them are old and tired. I know amongst the Hopi, a lot of the elders, Hopi Sinum, spiritual leaders, most have passed over that remember their sacred songs and their sacred ceremonies. So you're dealing now with people trying to remember. And so a lot of these stories are lost. The founts of those stories, they remember things being told when they were younger about these kinds of places existing. But they don't have a hard record of them. So there we were, like come to the middle of nowhere. And in the middle of the winter, like I was like, are you kidding me? This is like, are we dealing with a blizzard? What am I dealing with? It's just like that whole bird.
believe me, the blizzard at 14,000 feet, we all could have been killed.
Well, the other thing about the mountains is the weather's really unstable. You know, so you get up and it's sunny, and 3 hours later you're in the middle of a snowstorm.
Right. And particularly so this year with our friend El Nino. Just storm after storm raging over that area. Very dangerous journey indeed. All right, look, I want you to give out your website so that you can help absorb the amount of bandwidth that we're trying to get these photographs out.
We have these posted up at www.wolflodge.org. It's www.wolflodge.org.
Right. Or you may go to my site. And now we must consider the fact that the bulk of the people out there do not have computers. The bulk of the people don't have computers, so it is time to tell them to strive for those who are able to see the photographs, and most particularly those who are not able to see them right now. What have you found?
What I found, I talk about in my books, Lost Tribe, Winds of Change.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
Secret. I gave him the address. He went and looked at it, and he just went, "Oh my God!" And that's the reaction of many out there.
Well, why don't we enter the gateway? And when we go in, you see a series of photos. If you hit those photos, then I guess I'm going to try to go through them chronologically. That is the way that they're laid on the page. And I'll say beforehand that not all of the photos and all the evidence that I have is here, and that's clear. I found
You have more photos than you
I have more photos and I have more information.
Why did you not post them?
Because I don't want any chance of these sites being disclosed until I sit down with the elders and with people who I can trust and they can trust, and we can figure out the full impact of meeting.
I'm not sure you can trust anybody with this, Robert. Well, I'm serious about that. Look, we're at the bottom of the hour, so everybody gets hung up just a little bit. But don't worry, folks. When we come back, we're going to describe to you what's up there. Prepare yourselves. I'm telling you. I'm Art Bell. Robert Goswell is my guest, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
Weekdays 2 to 5 on AM 1500 KSTP. Good morning, everybody. I'm getting the same reaction across the board. Here's a fact, sir. Dear Art, after some difficulty getting to the site, I've seen the pictures in caps. Oh my God. Yes, I'm no different than everyone else. I can't get over it. And on and on and on and on. That's the kind of reaction I'm getting from people.
Yeah, man, I'm working on it, man. I don't know what I need to do. I'm going to upgrade to something. I don't know. Something that's on the UFO. Something really high tech.
Robert, all right. Describe, please, what you have found.
Okay,
And do so as though,
Well, hello and
you
welcome to
cannot
the
see the
stream.
photographs because only a certain number of people have
I have a partial solution to that. If I could get 30 seconds and then we don't have to go through it later.
Absolutely.
No, I'm a little bit shocked.
They can call up and get my books, and if they get the books today with your show, and they mention that they don't have a web, we'll send them copies of the photos.
You're kidding.
So I'll give you two numbers for that. All right, hold on. I want to write it down.
Go ahead, fire away.
The one is 800-905-8367. 800-905-8367, right? And the other is here at my office.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
465-1606. And I will include with that a tape called Understanding the Emergence, which explains everything that's going on at this time. And I'll say that on the website will include copies of the photos for them.
All right, very, very, very important. All right. Did you mention
Well, hello and thank you for joining the
What's the
stream.
change?
Winds of Change?
Winds of Change, and this is volume 2 because there's too much to get in the book, Last Cry. Last Cry is volume 1, Winds of Change is
Well,
volume 2.
hello and welcome to the stream.
They're now available at those numbers. They can also get them in bookstores if those numbers get crowded. But essentially, they have to get both volumes to get the full story. Okay. So what happens is I'm in the middle of the Rocky Mountains and I'm walking into the site. And as you walk in, there are several sculptures or formations. We can stones here, the rock formations, is very rapidly decomposing granite, most likely due to some of the pollution in the air. It's amazing how much pollution floats into the mountains, gets to the mountains from the cities that are hundreds of miles away. And I suppose it's like what I've seen in Egypt, the decomposition of the Sphinx and the other pyramids there, they're just crumbling. So when you're crumbling on these rocks, it's kind of difficult. Even your fingers, if you put your fingers on them, and you're literally pulling up a handful of stone, powdered stone.
And you think that is due to pollution?
I think that from what I looked at, the extent of the rapidness of the decomposition, yes, which also leads to the fact that it's amazing that this much detail has been left in these formations. As we go through, there's several formations that have the names that I use are my own names, so I can clarify that. That's just name them myself. Alright. So as you go through, we go down the valley, we pass several formations, some of them very large. Dragon is a reptile, about 70 feet tall. Obviously, it's trying to dress red, so it's red, but I can't do anything else. You see the person really at that, and they are the guardians of the site. They guard the land and coming in from 22 directions. So I'll get into a little later because one of the things that I was trying to look at and they're looking on either side staring down either side of the canyon. So the question actually comes up, okay, when they built these things, they were obviously guardians, because from my knowledge of what they were built for. And what are they guarding? What are they pointing to? What are they looking at?
Yes.
What are they protecting?
Yes.
So you start to come down through the canyon, and there are several other formations that I deciphered. A lot of them look like grades, and later on, as they get to the picture, that they weren't grades at all. But what they were, what the frame meant to speak. I mean, they were very clearly oval-eyed, triangular-shaped heads that were very clear. And I was like, well, this is really interesting. And, meanwhile, as you're transversing the mountain, you're like crawling up the side of this granite cliffs, and there's like a lot of rose quartz, white quartz, which was very important because at a lot of these sites, and at most sites where spiritual work was done, where high ceremonial work was done, which is what we term it today, you'll find certain commonalities. One of those commonalities is you'll find quartz. The other commonality is you'll find limestone. There's always limestone. There's always quartz. You go to Giza, there's limestone. There's quartz. You go to Machu Picchu, there's limestone. There's quartz. You go to the Black Hills, there's limestone. There's quartz. Limestone plays a very big part in the energies, the frequencies within the Great Pyramid, the holding of the tones, and it plays a very big role with its reaction and interreaction with granite. And when they're placed in a specific way, as in an architectural structure, they actually produce antennas, sort of needles, if you will, that can puncture dimensions as well as the atmosphere and send and receive frequency. And this is proven fact that is written about in many books. One of the friends of mine who goes into that quite extensively is Dan Winter. I don't know if you're familiar with him. No, I'm not. He does a lot of incredible work, and he's really worth you having a show one day. But we get into Dan a little later. As we go down,
Right now, before we leave the Griffin, I still am not. That they are regarded as guardians, or they point. Do they point the way
they
they
chase away evil spirits. They guard against the evil forces. They guard against the dark. In a Native American understanding, this would be like the winged beings. It would go back, as we go back to various codes, sometimes they're considered dragons. Okay, not reptilians, but dragons. Dragons of old. The kinds of things that we see in, what was that movie, Dragonheart? Right, they're dragons. They come from that era. They come from that mythology. They come from those stories. Now, and again, my term for mythology is my story, rather than history, which is his story. And they always protect, they always guard. They guard places where supernatural things occur, where things happen on another level of consciousness that cannot necessarily be comprehended by the everyday layman, the everyday ordinary human being, unless they were trained at certain levels of understanding. And they're always around ancient temples, they're always around ancient sites. This got carried over into France and the Gothic buildings where you have gargoyles. Notre Dame has gargoyles and griffins, which basically are the same all over the architecture, and they're used to put away the dark, to move away the dark. All right, thus we call the griffin, one of the two that I have photographed that I'm showing, as the guardians, which meant to me that obviously there was something big going on here. Obviously. So we're crawling through the rocks, having fun, slipping and sliding, bringing the camera crew with us. At one point we realized camps and everything, but we couldn't get up there with them. So next time we'll have to think people will carry them, I guess. As we move down, this is where I found what I felt, if I had only come to find this, it would have been worth the whole trip. And what I'm looking at as I'm getting in front of the griffin and climbing up the hill, and right before me is a sphinx.
Yeah, folks, there's no question about it. In fact, here's a fax just in. I asked people to do this on purpose, to go out there and look before we told them what it was. Art, wow, we see the Sphinx. This is incredible. This is a 13-year-old from Vancouver, BC. Wow. So everybody's seeing it. You have found in the Rockies a Sphinx. I mean, with headdress, yeah, the whole thing.
Very clear features, sitting very imposingly.
Carved into this mountain.
Absolutely there.
God, Robert, how could there possibly be? Listen, folks, for those of you who don't have computers, trust me when I tell you this is a Sphinx as very nearly as clear as the one in Egypt. It is symmetrical. In other words, not an accident. No, there's no accident here. It's a Sphinx. How the hell can that be?
Well, if everybody can lend with me and use a little bit of my let me submit an interpretation. I don't want to shock the people's realities. I just would like people to wake up and realize that perhaps there's something else. And when there is something else, it doesn't mean it's the end of anything, or there's no God, or it's all darkness. It means that maybe we're a little more than we've been led to believe. And in my understanding, and in my belief pattern, and this is my belief pattern, based on the countless books that I've had come across to me, from seeing things like The Face on Mars, from understanding what the elders taught me about our origins and our beginnings. The Sphinxes were built way longer than 50,000 years ago. They were built by a race of beings that traveled through many galaxies and through many planets. And there is a strange correlation between all sacred sites. You have granite, you have limestone, you have quartz. All of these elements are used. And I used to sit there when I was younger and go, I remember when I saw the movie Chariot of the Gods, and I guess, why did they build these things like this? If they were so technologically advanced, why don't they build them? Because natural elements can go through time shifts. Natural elements can survive dimensional shifts. Because everything is connected to consciousness. Let's just leave that there simply for now and get back to the Sphinx. The Sphinx in Egypt, in my opinion, is well over 28,000 years old. Just from the evidence that I saw of erosion, where you see where the water eroded in a certain way along the bottom, along the base, that was not rain. There was no way that's rain. That was floods and rivers.
Well, I tend to go along with you, but listen, Robert, the Sphinx in Egypt and the Sphinx that you have found are virtually identical.
They are.
And whether it's 10,000 or 100,000 years ago,
Isn't it also strikingly similar to the Face on Mars?
yeah, of course, and there is no way that there could have been any communication between continents from what we know, if what we know is correct, which it obviously is not.
Well, they didn't have internet like we know it. But they did have ways of communication. They used consciousness. It's like I often go into the discussion about the Mayan and the Toltec cities and all the thousands and thousands of miles of beautifully engineered roads that they have, and yet they had no wheels. So why would they go to that extensive method of engineering to create roads for a civilization that had no wheels? But they must have had means of travel.
I can't know this, whether it was a prior civilization, whether it was ETs, I have no idea, but somebody is going to have to come up with some really serious answers to explain this.
My grandpa says it was our relatives. It was our ancestors. And that we are the these beings. Not only did we build these things at one time, but we also built the pyramids. We built all of these things that we no longer remember how to do.
Well, when you talk to Zayuwas, director of antiquities in Egypt, he says, oh no, the Egyptians built the pyramids. That's what he will tell me. Now,
That has foresight.
well, I know now we're beginning, but you're right.
Ask Richard.
You're right. We will ask Richard. We're going to bring him on because when I called Richard and had him look at this earlier in the day, he flipped. And I can see why.
We are very ancient beings. And whatever was here, if we are parents, if we are inhabitants of this earth, then our ancestors built this thing. And they built others. Remember, this isn't the only one.
Can you, of course we have the photograph, can you give us any sense of the size of the Sphinx?
This Sphinx is sitting at least 100 feet high. There's a lot of rubble around the bottom, a lot of rubble, because most of the granite again is decomposing. There are carvings on the bottom of the Sphinx, carvings around where the shoulder of the leg would go into where the paw was, which is no longer in existence.
No, when you say carvings,
These are carvings.
you mean as in petroglyphs?
No, as in carvings, not petroglyphs. There are carvings down the bottom of faces, and so for the sake of argument, I'm going to call one the old man, and I'm going to call the other one the boy.
So in other words, people who would say, oh, this is just a one in a gazillion formation of rock that happens to be identical to the Sphinx. With the carvings? No way.
There is no way. Plus, I went a step farther than that. As I disclosed where all the sites were, we brought a GPS with us. That wonderful thing that you advertise.
A global positioning satellite device.
Where you connect to 5, 6 satellites, 7 satellites. You'll tell you how many satellites you connected.
Yeah,
No matter where you walk, you can tell what your location is with the longitude, with the latitude was.
That's right. Hold it right there. It's a good place to hang everybody up. I'm telling you, you've got to see this. Robert Ghostwolf has found a Sphinx in the Rocky Mountains. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. AM 1500 KSTP.
Well, highly hazardous.
Now, Sam, be careful around.
Good morning, everybody. Robert Ghostwolf is here. He has made an archaeological find in the Rocky Mountains, our Rocky Mountains, that is going to shake a lot of people right to their foundations. We've got the photographs. We've got the proof. We'll tell you more about it, catch you up in a moment. Here's one that just came in. Dear Art, Sitchin, Turnage, Oakland, Ghostwolf. The pictures, the information are absolutely awesome. I'm almost hyperventilating with this proof of our origin. It's been here all the time. It must be getting very close to the end and the new beginning according to the star maps. Would you ask Robert if the polar shift he is coming within the next 10 years? What Robert has found is nothing short of astonishing. It is a gigantic archaeological find. We have proof he is found at the 14,000-foot level in a remote portion of the Rocky Mountains. A Sphinx. The Sphinx. As far as I can see, from what I can judge, in every sense, the Sphinx. I've been to the Sphinx in Egypt. When you see that, and when you see this, if you don't sit down because you have to sit down, then you just aren't thinking. I'm telling you, what this man has found is incredible. And we're going to kind of recap the story for you. Move on, get comments from Richard C. Hogan, of course. Also blown away earlier today when I was able to show these photographs to Richard before we put them up. If you would like to see them, go to my website at www.artbell.com. That's all lowercase,
scroll down to the guest area and click on the name Robert Ghostwolf on the links there. And what you will see is going to blow you away. And we have not even finished describing what is there. Back to Robert in a moment. Hear Snappy for yourself and discover the company behind this amazing technology. They're on the web now at www.play.com. That's PLAY.com. It was about 5 weeks ago that Robert Ghostwolf contacted me and said, Art, I'm going into the Rockies. There's something I'm looking for. I may and may not make it back. He made it back. He went there with a group of elders to locate what you are now able to see on my website or his website. We'll give you the addresses again. We can also get you photographs, by the way, and we'll tell you all about that in case you don't have a computer. Anyway, he made it back, and what he has found, well, people are using words in the faxes I'm getting like amazing, incredibly significant, wow. It obviously is a sphinx. There's absolutely no question about it. People are going absolutely wild, as they should be. As someone said, he asked his wife to download the images, had to wake her up out of bed to get the images, and his wife, not a believer in this kind of thing, downloaded the images that we're offering you tonight and said, oh my God, if what I'm seeing is not fake, then I've got an awful lot of faking to do. Robert, welcome back. Let's roll this over one more time. You're at the 14,000-foot level, and you made about 2,000 feet a day to get up to this. Found first these griffins, these bird-like creatures, rock formations about 75 feet in height, each one, guarding, in effect, what you then found, which you call the Archangel Gabriel, the gatekeeper to the spirit world. And I've been at the Sphinx, Robert. I've been there. I've touched it. I've put my hands on it. I've been around it. In fact, this Sphinx that you have found, oh, hell yes. So we're dealing again with a global unity here. It's like nothing is no longer secular and privileged only to a specific area. And I'm telling you, there are more of these.
Global unity, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 years ago, 50,000. Not with us.
Not with what we become.
I mean, this is just, it's going to rewrite. Alright, so people know you are not disclosing where this is specifically, and I don't blame you. It would happen to say it'd be raped. There's no question about it. What about those people? I mean, almost nobody is saying, gee, what a fake or anything like that, but there are a few people who have already inevitably written and said, oh, this is a trumped up baloney, this is all done with computers and so forth and so on.
Well, you know, if you look at the photographs, and I think there's a mistake taking these stories where it's incredibly visual, given that what the courses and the courses, people call that the just get away from photographs. And that would like be an impossible demand anyway.
So most people, let's roll through it, let's do that. Most people, first of all, if you get to a computer, you can see the photographs for free up on my website, on the Earthmod website for free. It's a little library, it's in that way. Or if you wish, if by, what is there required by? Is it the new manuscript?
Last about start one, and want some change, and then we will include the tape and the photographs, the copies of the photographs. If they want to, they can actually purchase photographs. They do not have to be copies. I just can't.
Where's my line? I've got 1,000 calls. Let me tell you, Robert, one time I made something called up its air to send me a photograph of yourself, and I was very innocent at that point. I said, oh yeah, sure. Send me a self-addressed stamped envelope and I'll send you a photograph. Well, I was looking at envelopes months later. I say that.
Somehow they get to taste after
Wow,
time.
that's right. That's exactly right. So, yeah, you've got to be very careful about this. Now, so, look, you're offering the photographs free on the web. If they can't do that, if they really want hard copies of these photographs, we'll sell them copies of the photographs or
8367, where they call 509-465-1606, 509-465-1606, which is my office, and if they call that number, the books are even autographed.
really.
So, it's a pretty good little package.
All right.
Back to the Sphinx. If we look at the photographs, and you can see the trees, you can see stones, you can determine distances and heights, because I'm certain that as people start to look at this, I'm going to get all sorts of cynical engineers and mathematicians looking at it, and that's why, if they want it, they can get the photographs from me. And they can see that this is exactly what's on the photograph. Where on the site I did enhance certain photographs of it for the purpose of viewing that was only done with the petroglyphs. Okay, which we'll get to later. We'll see here the height of a tree, which is obviously full-grown pine trees. And as you're looking at that, you can sort of determine, well, that's a tree. It must be like 15, 20 feet tall. So obviously it's about the size of the Sphinx's eye, jaw. You can determine what the height is. And there's no way that I could have made a clay sculpture in my backyard. It's high.
I know that. I know it, Robert. These are genuine. I don't question it for a second. Give us what you think the dimensions of the Sphinx itself to be.
Okay, you have to understand that I'm standing on the side of a mountain. Or if I'm up next to the Sphinx, it's so tall it's way above my head. And so what I'm dealing with is, in my approximation, I'm going to say it's at least 100 feet high.
100 feet high.
It is probably a good 60 feet wide.
That's got to be, I don't know what the dimensions of the Sphinx in Egypt are, but it's close.
That's what I can determine. It's built into the mountain. It's coming out of the mountain. You know, there's no rump on the back. Okay, but it's the front. It's like, if I go to the Sphinx that I talked about a while back on your show in St. Louis, what I'm looking at is a Sphinx carved along 1.5 miles. The face is there, the eyes there. You can only determine it from a photograph, an aerial photograph. But it's there, and it's not the whole Sphinx, but it's the head, the chest. What we're dealing with here is the head, the chest, and what's left of over the feet.
Yeah.
And
This is a shocker. You look at it, I think anybody who looks at this says, Sphinx, symmetrical. All the features are there at the base. The side, when it comes down, just as the Egyptian Sphinx does, the whole thing is there.
people that is amazing to me too, is that they were identical. Actually, when I looked at it, it was like, oh, it was not like it was a different kind of a Sphinx. And that's the amazing thing when we look at this, when we look at what's on the inside on the other parts, when we look at this Sphinx, when we look at the Sphinx of Giza, they are identical. They are these lion-featured beings with these faces and these headdresses that come down along the side, very Egyptian-looking, maybe Atlantean-looking.
No question.
And what, to my knowledge, this represented a race of beings that were called catboys. And they were cat-like beings.
All right. Before we get into that, when we left off, you were saying you had a GPS with you.
Okay, so is this just a phenomenon? Is this a fluke? Is this just some strange phenomenon? Well, I'll say this much. There's over 70 different figures that I saw there, that I photographed, that I have evidence of. There were at least, and this is interesting, there were at least 21 dragons everywhere. Sleeping dragons, moving dragons, standing dragons. There was pyramid-shaped rocks. There is, at the end of this canyon, which is the next photograph we're going to do, is the angel, which is another remarkable thing. And undeniable what it is. But when we positioned the main figures, what we came up in my estimation at this point was constellation. Came up with points that literally showed constellations in the sky. We have not completed the research on this totally. It's going to take me a couple of weeks, because I want to make sure that we're totally accurate with this. But what it appears to be right now is that we have the Sphinx, the old one looking in, who's not here, what we have with the Griffin, what we have with the Angel, what we have with some of the other ones, is we definitely have the top half and right down the leg of Orion. Now this is too coincidental, because if I go to Stonehenge, I have Orion. If I go to Giza, I have Orion. If I go to the Black Hills in South Dakota, I have Orion. If I go to Machu Picchu, I have Orion. If I go to Chichen Itza, I have Orion. This cannot be a coincidence.
I agree with you. In fact, what you have here in these photographs is no coincidence, but what it is going to mean to everything we thought we knew
Is so you have to really look at the pages and maybe drop conclusions and open up a little bit.
there are a lot of people who are going to be angry and challenged by this. Right? A lot of them.
Well, we can know what science and discovery is about.
Yes, sir, it is. It's about the truth.
People were angry when they saw a plane. People were angry when Henry Ford made the first assembly-line car. People were angry at the first steam engine. And people were definitely angry when they flew the plane. But then there was a lot of people that were helped. And a lot in the world, in some sense, it's got better.
All right. And on the side of this Sphinx, or below the Sphinx, you said there were carvings.
Yeah, there were carvings. The nature of them at this point, I'm just going to say there's a man's head, there's a boy's head. The man's head and the boy's head appear throughout the valley in a few locations, and they're specifically there for direction. The man, the old one, apparently points toward the heavens or points toward potential danger. Sometimes from the other side of the head, when you look straight across it, is a dragon formation. Sometimes another kind of formation. And wherever the boy seemed to be pointing was leading you to the next place to go, the next site, the next location. The Sphinx itself is facing south. And the carvings that I looked at the bottom indicated to me that there was a southern gateway, a southern connection. There was something specifically to the south, because I was starting to realize now that there was nothing here that was accidental. And eventually that wound up leading me to Arizona, where I found the Hopi who understood exactly what I was showing them, which also gave me a slight thankful about it. And then they took me to a place, which is where I took the pictures later of the petroglyphs. And the Sphinx is sitting in front of a formation that I call a castle. And there are openings in the rocks that allow light to come through. That it's kind of eerie. It's like I haven't had time to be there at different times of the year. But it wouldn't surprise me if at certain times, like the equinoxes or solstice, the light shone through these openings to a certain point.
I don't believe for a second any of this is accidental, and nobody goes up in the books.
And then right where this castle-like formation is, because it looks like a castle, but it's not. It's a formation. At the end of it, if we go to the next photograph.
Okay. May I ask you to finish up on something again? The GPS.
When I looked at the patterns, you know, the GPS is a little viewfinder screen on the front.
That's right.
And so, as I was going through all these things, we were just recording locations. And there were points where, just like a compass in certain areas or on certain sacred sites, or what like exacts will spin backwards, there's going to be like anti-magnets, like the polarities will be reversed. There were places where we had trouble reading the GPS. But where these main formations were, and there are others, yes, where these main formations were, when we came back later on that evening, and we're sitting here looking at these things, I'm staring at the GPS, and we're drawing the locations on this paper. Right. And I'm sitting there having a cigarette, because, excuse me, folks, I do smoke. And I was sitting there having a cigarette and a cup of coffee. Very quickly. And looking straight up at the sky, and I'm looking at Orion, I'm looking down at the GPS, and I'm looking up at Orion, I'm looking down at the GPS, and I said, my God, there it is.
All right, hold it right there. Robert Griswold is my guest. With comments in a moment, Richard C. Oakland. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. Now again, here's Art Bell. Once again, here I am, a major archaeological find in the Rocky Mountains. It is the Sphinx. It is the Sphinx. How would a Sphinx get into the middle of the Rocky Mountains? Well, that certainly is a good subject for discussion, isn't it? We'll get back to Robert Griswold in a moment, and waiting on the line is Richard C. Oakland. You also got to see these photographs earlier in the day. The new Beijing wind-up lantern is sort of a second-generation Beijing item now. CNN had run a story on this long ago. That it was coming. Guess what? It's here. The Beijing lantern. Same idea as the Beijing radio, except it's lighter. Now, you get a spare bulb when you order it. The charger is included. You've got a 5-year warranty on the lantern, 2-year warranty on the batteries. When you wind it for 30 seconds, it gives you 3 minutes of lantern light. It's made of high-impact ABS plastic, the same kind of signature construction as the radio, built like a tank. You will never worry about light again. You can operate it on batteries for up to 2 hours. You can crank it, you can charge it with a crank. It is remarkable technology. And we have a shipment of them in. When they're gone, there'll be another wait, as there has been worldwide. These are in incredible demand. The Beijing wind-up lantern, $74.95 from the Seagrain Company at 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863. The Seagrain Company. All right, back now to my guest, Robert Griswold. Robert, are you there? I'm here. All right, I would like to bring on Richard C. Oakland, who got an opportunity to see these earlier today. And when his computer came out and the photographs became apparent, he went, oh my God. And here he is, Richard. Good morning, gentlemen. Hi. Good morning. And if you can, oh my God, I'll put on the screen here. First of all, Robert, good morning. Good morning. I can barely hear you. Robert, can you hear me? Yeah, that's better. No, I'll just speak louder. Okay, that's better. Thank you. Just you got to speak right into the tone.
These are amazing.
I think they are.
They are truly amazing. You know, when you were talking before describing this, I couldn't help but remember an experience I had many years ago with a gentleman named Bill Cody called me. Do you know Bill Cody?
I do not.
Okay, Bill Cody was the producer of the first of our 2 videos. He is a cameraman par excellence. He worked very closely with Boris and John West. In fact, he was the director of the Mystery of the Sphinx, the special NBC that won the Emmys, right, presented John's work first to a national audience. Bill came to me many years ago when I was in Virginia, and he wanted to have permission to use some of the Sidonia material as part of an archaeological dig and expedition that he was doing at that time into something completely different here on Earth, down in South America, back in Peru. Robert, have you ever heard of a place called Marcohuasi?
Yes, I have.
Do you know much about it?
No, I don't. Hopefully, I'm supposed to be there in the fall.
Well, you will have many eyes. Because there is a plateau in Peru, located again, kind of like the 14,000 foot level, where there is a set of figures carved in the rock. This was the claim, and Margaret had sent me, Bill had sent me some photos so I could look at what was there, including some video. That was astonishingly anthropomorphic. There were figures of, as you would describe and demonstrated on your website, Robert Griffin, and other things, including things that look like sphinxes. And what Bill wanted me to do, exactly, and what he wanted me to do was to kind of give him the imprimatur of the Sidonia investigation and permission to use this as part of a video he was putting together to basically try to get the people to fund a true archaeological expedition. What he didn't know is that we had a grid. And so when I looked at the photographs, the first thing I asked him was, is there a sphinx? And there was a kind of a tremorous nature to his voice. He said, yeah. And I said, is it on the northern part of the plateau? And is it such and such on the coordinates? And he says, oh my God, it does. In other words, by using the grid, I was able to test the veracity. Because lots of people claim things, Robert, as you know.
Yes.
But there are a few things that are real, but when they really are real, and they are the kind of paradigm shift that this represents, you basically know you're onto it.
Now, these photographs they're either one of 2 things. They're either fakes or it's absolutely a sphinx.
Well, I've drawn these photos, and they're certainly not fakes, right? But Robert, let me ask you this question. While I'm revealing where this is, do you have any idea how old this stuff might be?
That's really hard to determine without doing actual laboratory tests.
Well, ballpark,
But, my ballpark figure is that they're way beyond 20,000 years old.
Okay.
The condition of the rocks, the decomposition of the granite, that doesn't happen overnight.
See, what I'm looking at on the website, and by the way, your website is very slow.
I know. I know. I even turned off the studio camera for sort of bandwidth so people get up there. So I even turned off the lights.
Yeah. It looks eerily like Marcohuasi, Robert Bernard, all right? And Marcohuasi, to my eye, looks about 200,000 years old. That's our drop-dead date for Sidonia. That's the date we are projecting of a migration of someone from Mars to here.
Well, as we know with the announcement of NASA, they're about to do the image. They buckled to public pressure, and they're about to do the imaging, they say, of Sidonia. But Richard, that's on Mars, and it's extremely interesting. And we have people like Dr. Van Pavron who are saying, prepare yourselves. This is not a natural object.
But I talked to Tom this afternoon.
Did you?
I talked with David Weber. By the way, he's getting better. He sounded much stronger. He has a book that he actually is getting ready to maybe do an interview with you, Art, if you would like to talk to Dr. Webb.
I would love to. You and I have a program a whole show to do next week, and so we don't do that now. But I did want to at least get your reaction, Richard, to these amazing photographs. And any questions you have about them, fire away now.
Well, Robert, first of all, it's nice to finally meet you, even if electronically. I was honestly curious, yes. And there are a lot of overlap between the Enterprise mission, the Sony investigation, and its various permutations, as I'm sure Art can tell you, and the things that I'm looking at on the screen here. One of the projected models we have been working on for Sidonia, for what we see on Mars, is that somehow the human species is connected. And Tom was on our show a few weeks ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, and discussing a very extraordinarily intriguing model that Mars is a satellite of a larger planet that blew up, that there was some kind of migration, and we're the result. This evidence that you're presenting is remarkable evidence because of how old they look. They just have that feel of being on the order of hundreds of thousands of years old. They look very much like the Markawasi ruins, and they look very much like the Sphinx looks if you don't keep patching it. Now, it was interesting that you made the comment that this Sphinx that you're seeing is only the front part, and the paws appear to be severely damaged, from what I can see.
Yes, they are.
Okay. The face looks very, God, it almost looks like a death's head. It really looks achingly ancient and very eroded. Yes, but it has a serene look to it. And one of the things that Kim Tia, our artist in the project, has been doing is sculpting the face over and over again on Mars. Now, she's been the one who's really kind of given me this perception when looking at these things that it's very difficult art for an artist to fake it. In other words, when you come across something that has the power and majesty of true art, that has the soul and creation put into it by the eye and the heart and the mind of man,
Yes, sir.
even the way they degrade it, it still retains that essence of higher level creativity.
Well, there are always those who will suggest because they wish to reject that it's fake. There are always those, and I'm getting some of that. It's got to be a fake, they say. And it's because to accept that these are real photographs.
That's not it. Maybe they should look at the fact that what you're looking at when you look at that on the web is that you're looking at two completely different photographs taken from two different angles. I kept trying to get some sort of comparison between the trees and the magic trees and what we were looking at.
Now, you couldn't get any of your people up there, right? So if you could do a kind of comparison.
I couldn't run.
Couldn't get any of your people up there. You went with a party of elders.
Well, no, we were up there. We were on the head of the swings.
Oh, but I mean, I would normally
Didn't get because we don't camera gear up there.
frame for a reference.
What they couldn't get was all the camera gear up there, Richard. They climbed, what'd you say, about 2,500 feet,
And there was a lot of snow. It snowed the day after we took this picture.
every day they made about 2,000 feet.
The back side of it, the north side, because it is on the north side of the hill, the back side of it, you couldn't, I mean, it was basically coming down. It was like cross-country skiing.
Right.
You sort of made it up your rock down most of the hill. And going up again, the quality of the rocks is very sheer. These cliffs are very sheer. And the rubble makes it rather precarious to get footholds.
No, this looks on the order of a couple of 100,000 years old.
Well, that was the prophecy.
Now they're waiting, of course, to check this. And one of the things I would think of is to take your GPS measurements and actually look at Carl Munk's data. You're familiar with Carl Munk, Art?
Oh, vaguely.
He's a B-52 engineer living in New York State, right, who we met many years ago, who has found, Robert, a series of grid measurements relating to the ultimate 360 circle, the degrees, minutes, and seconds. All over the world, he is able to integrate both old and new world sacred sites, including a lot of the mound culture material in the eastern United States, and a lot of material in the Central American region, such as Tikal, Palenque, and Teotihuacan, and all that. If you were to take your GPS measurements and overlay them on his grid, I bet you, if this is real, it'll pop out exactly on the grid, and it will relate to other sites. It will predict the location of other sites yet unknown. And if you don't have a copy of his book, I can get you a copy.
Well, I'm breathless. I almost don't know what to say. I mean, these pictures stand on their own. I've been this way all day long.
Well, I called you this morning, Robert. I was very chastened. It was like, I've got to show you this secret stuff and don't you tell anybody, but oh my God. And I logged on the web live and he was on the phone, and sure enough, his awe was vindicated.
Richard, you and I are going to do a show Tuesday night, Wednesday morning.
Yes.
And we will go into this and many, many other things at that time. I really appreciate you being on this morning just to give us your reaction.
Well, I am heartened that we're making progress. The Fredonia announcement yesterday is good news. They follow up. This is astonishingly corrosive, Robert. You and I obviously need to talk off the air. That would be very good. And compare some notes.
Yeah, just in case you don't have,
I think you have a lot of information that would back up everything that you're finding just from another point of view.
just in case you two don't have each other's phone numbers, I will see to it you get them. How's that?
All right. Before I go, let me ask one question.
Yes.
Did you find any underground entrances? Did you find a sacred cave?
I found an entrance that was blocked.
Can you get through it?
You can't get through it. These stones were placed in there.
I see.
All right.
There's vertical and horizontal stones that indicate that it didn't happen by accident.
Okay.
You two need to talk.
Yes, we do.
Talk to you Monday night, Tuesday. Make that Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, Richard.
Thank you, Larry.
Take care. That's right, Richard. See you later. All right. Now, the petroglyphs. There are.
It's where the ancient.
All right, Dave.
I mean, that's quite remarkable in itself. And I'm calling Gabriel.
Why?
Well, Gabriel was the gatekeeper, wasn't he? According to our stories.
Yes.
Judeo-Christian belief. When Adam and Eve were cast out of heaven, he stood there with his sword of fire and blocked the gateway. They couldn't return.
All right.
Likewise, Gabriel would be the gatekeeper to this place, meaning that you would have to get to a certain frequency, using today's languages. You'd have to get to a certain resonance in order to be able to enter the spirit world,
Right.
in order to be able to see the portals, which might appear to us as stone. But if you get to a certain frequency, you see the opening. So here's looking up at this cliff, right alongside as you go down along the castle. At the far end of the canyon is this figure that I'm looking at. I'm going, my God, look at that one. And as we look at the photographs, it looks like what I'm going to call an angel that was carved by Raphael. I mean, the features are there, the page-boy haircut, the wings are there. It seems to be holding some sort of a book or some sort of an object, which is indicating that he's reading the Akashic Records.
Yes.
And he's looking back at the other sculptures or figures or formations. And he's looking back that way. And the strange contrast is that when he's looking back to the ancient past, it's almost like when you walk through this canyon, you are looking at a library of times, events, and then things that happen on Earth in different time realities. And which gives one the impression of, am I looking at a library or am I looking at a game board? Is this some sort of game board for the gods? Because everything back toward the griffin is very old, very ancient. And then all of a sudden you have this angel. Oh, is it an angel? Is it a winged being? Is it what we want to call it? To me, a winged being is an angel.
It's very clear. Whatever it is, it does like an angel.
And it looks like something you'd see in front of a Christmas tree.
Yeah, it does. Exactly so. Yes, sir. It does.
This is way up at the top. Could not get to it. Could not get to it. The snow was too bad. The ice was too bad. But it is as tall as the Sphinx, from what I can tell. And if you look at the smaller photograph, you'll notice that there were some carvings down in the lower right-hand corner.
I see that, yes.
And there's almost like what was some sort of an ancient pathway that went up to it. What was up on top, I don't know. Could not get to it at the time.
It's hard to make out what those carvings are.
It's almost like the turrets of a castle or something.
Yeah, they really do, don't they? Remarkable. Listen, let me give you one chief big criticism and let you answer it. People are saying, look, there's no trees above 12,000 feet. Why are there trees?
Not necessarily true.
No?
It's not necessarily true. I can take you to places, plenty of places. You can go to Taos, New Mexico, there's steel rocks. You can go up to these trees 13, 14,000 feet high. You go to Machu Picchu, there's trees there. Okay?
People have the general impression that there is
In general, and in a lot of instances, that probably holds true, but there's also a lot of exceptions to that situation. When you go up to places in the Himalayas, they're of that height, and there's vegetation and trees there. So we're dealing in a lot of places in the mountains where you have microclimates. This particular place is a lot warmer than the area around it. Why? I don't know. That could be a phenomenon, or it could just be the condition of the mountains, the way the wind blows. There's a lot of reasons that we have to bring scientists into it. At this point, I was going to this place strictly in the capacity of an archaeologist looking at a curiosity. And we're dealing with, when we get up to the top of the Angel, there's no trees on top. Correct. So, but then you go to another place, there's trees, and in the middle of all these cedar trees and pine trees, which I find one solitary ponderosa pine. I don't know how it got there. There's just nothing around there like it. There's just one single ponderosa pine. So all I can say to that is I'm simply showing what I reported.
I for 1 second think these are fake photographs, period. I'm convinced. I'm past.
Well, I'll sit down with you and Richard and some scientists and have them go over the negatives. If it ever came to that, because I have the negatives.
All right. Yeah, again, I'll say it. I have no doubt. These are real photographs, and the reason we're going to get challenged on this is because of what it means if they are real. And what it means if they are real is that all our notions of where we came from and what we are simply wrong. They're wrong.
They're wrong. They're incomplete. And maybe part of what the work that I'm doing, that Richard's doing, that Zachariah's doing, we're trying to show that there's something more to the picture. And when we can look at the wholeness of what we are, then maybe we'll understand why things are the way they are, and then maybe we can change them.
All right, hold it right there and take a good rest. This is a man who's been up and who has been climbing in the wilderness now for a very long time, just back and presenting you with the evidence of what he has found. And it really is something past the word. The photographs are on my website at www.artbell.com. Scroll down to Robert Ghostwolf, the name. You'll see the link. Click on it. Take a look. Let us know. AM15.
Talk with Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from outside the U.S. First, dial your access number to the USA. Then, 800-893-0903. If you're a first-time caller, call Art at 702-727-1222. From east to the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico. Call Art at 1-800.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
Or call Art on the Wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nye.
Good morning, everybody. Pass the word. There has been a major archaeological find in the Rocky Mountains. Robert Ghostwolf has found a a sphinx, and a lot more. So pass the word. We're going to leave the photographs up on our website, and if you have not yet seen them, don't beg, borrow, don't steal a computer. Go to a library on the weekend. Do whatever you have to do and see these photographs. They're at www.artbell.com. All you do is scroll down to Robert Grosswolf's name, click on the link, and it will take you right to the photographs. Because of bandwidth problems, because obviously so many thousands of you are going up there right now. We have turned off the studio cam to conserve bandwidth, so please don't go there and try to look at the studio.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
We also, of course, you can go to Robert Grosswolf's site, and we'll tell you about that in a moment. But the reactions are pretty uniform. For example, hey Art, Jason from Wisconsin, holy, and you know what he said, holy something. I'm working graveyard right now at a rock station in Madison, and was listening to you on satellite. Wow, I am a Christian, still, and always will be, no matter what's discovered. But, wow, it really causes oneself to begin to think. It has to. I mean, you can't look at this and not begin to think, where did I come from? Did I really come from what I think I did? Did mankind come from the origins that we all imagine we came from? These photographs are, in my opinion, conclusive. Carbon dating, I'm sure, to follow. I don't know how much is going to be allowed in terms of access right now. Robert Grosswolf is not telling you where this is. For obvious reasons, it would quickly be ruined. And I'm not really sure exactly how he's going to proceed with an investigation under these conditions. We'll ask in a moment, and we will go to the phones. You've got nothing to lose but the pain. This has got to be one of the most important archaeological discoveries in North America in my memory. I could read you faxes forever. Hey, Art, great show. Definitely a sphinx. Talk about paradigm busting. People who get upset over having their beliefs challenged are forgetting that an infinite God is not going to have a hard time surprising limited human minds. If God is a God of truth, then truth is never something to attack. Boy, do I agree. God is God, whether the earth is 7,000 years old or umpteen gazillion years old. After all, the Bible says that to God, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like a day. Could it be that our Creator is not shackled to the notion of time? That we are the ones shackled to that notion? Once again, Robert Grosswolf, and we will begin to take calls shortly. Robert, again, for those who may have joined late, you are not disclosing the location of these incredible artifacts. You got to get close to the phone. They can't. It's impossible. Obviously, they wouldn't last a month. Yeah. All right, so then, my question, and I'm sure many questions would come of a similar nature, and that is, how do you then continue to investigate, authenticate, and beat this find? We have to go back, and we have to collect more samples, everything else that goes along with that, authenticating the age. We also have to go back and continue to find the other formations that are not yet disclosed. You're going to have people begging you for the location. Well, if it's secret this long, it can stand secret a little longer. I've seen the desecration of sacred sites before. I think like I was speaking to you this afternoon. 2 years ago, in my book Last Cry, I talk about an opening that the Hopi took me to. And they were rather free, even though they didn't put it in public knowledge. You put it on a radio show like this or in a national magazine. But they
would take people to this place to show them that what they were saying was not just something out of their heads, not just something created, that these places existed, and the records were there of the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth world, how we got here, what happened. And I was just back there a couple of weeks ago, and almost half the petroglyphs have been chipped off by rock hunters. Oh my God. I see a lot of sites like this. You can't let these places be disclosed only for the fact that we have to understand, again, when you find something like this,
Yes.
you're going beyond cultural borders, you're going beyond religious borders, you're going to a point of spirituality and awakening that is everybody's heritage, everybody here. And to have these records gone, like, yeah, we're going to have people who are going to go pro and con that. Well, maybe it's good that these things are going, because now we have to figure something new out. But, you know, it's kind of hard to figure something new out when you don't know where you came from. And if the more and more that we can do to establish that we might have come from someplace else, that we are not necessarily all that we've been told that we are, that we might be more, how can we move forward? I mean, wasn't there a time when we thought the world was flat?
Yes.
And there was someone who said no. What did they do to Copernicus about that? What did they do to Columbus? What did they do to the Inca and the Mayan when they told them about traveling to the stars and about using flying machines, and when they talked to them about the technologies that they had? And they became so frightened that they literally leveled the cities to the ground. They leveled the temples to the ground. We're in this cycle of self-destruction and self-doubt. It's got to stop. And the only way that I can figure out how to do it, the only way that the elders who talked to me and taught me can figure out how to do it, is why don't we do something different this time? And instead of attacking people's falsities, their untruths, why don't we just bring out the truths? And if you bring out the truth to people, sort of like in the letter that you just read, if you bring out the truth, how can you deny your own truth? You'd be denying yourself.
All right, let me read. I agree with you completely. This just can't be denied. Art, please ask Robert if he thinks it possible that those civilizations, the ones that built what we're seeing, may have destroyed themselves from too much technology. Speculation, I suppose.
Well, personal speculation. I think that some of them did. I think that from what I've been taught, from what I know, some of them simply moved on to another level of reality expression. They moved to another dimension. I don't believe that there was any destruction when they found Machu Picchu. And as a matter of fact, when they first got there, I believe there was even still the remains of mummified food and whatnot in the plates and bowls in the houses. No sign of pestilence, no sign of disease, no sign of war, yet everybody vanished. What happened to all the people at Easter Island? Where did they go? We're entering a time now where we have to open up our minds to the fact that perhaps what some of the metaphysicians have been telling us is not fiction. Perhaps the powers of the human mind go way beyond what we presently allow ourselves to perceive. And in allowing that to happen, that's how we come up with great discoveries. That's how we come up with new genius and new ideas. That's how we create new Da Vinci's. That's how we come up with a new renaissance. And we are definitely in a new renaissance. I don't look at this time as an ending. There are a lot of things that are going awry, but there's also a lot of miraculous things happening.
Sure. Art, maybe the Hall of Records is below the paw of this Sphinx.
I can't speculate on that yet.
I understand.
I can tell you what I saw with remote vision, but is it remote vision or was it just an Indian having a vision?
Winds of change. We sure are having winds of change right now. NASA just released the fact the Earth has actually slowed in its rotation due to the ferocity of El Nino. We have social change continuing. Everybody's heard by now about the kids in Arkansas. It seems like things are speeding right along, to me, Robert. And maybe this discovery is coming at an appropriate time to cause people to somehow reset the direction they're headed in. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a talk show host.
Well, you know, if you go down to the petroglyphs, now here's an interesting phenomenon because somehow Colorado led me to Arizona. Arizona led me to a meeting with the Hopi. The Hopi sat down. We did ceremony for many, many days, as you're aware of.
I'm aware because I tried desperately to get you, and they kept telling me, sorry, he's in ceremony.
I was finally in a place without a cell phone. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And we went to this place that they showed me that was right next to what they called an Aztec throne. Where you went and there was this throne, and there were these small group of buildings, but there was this throne chair that you could sit down and you could look directly to the south. That wasn't that strange. In comparison to the Sphinx looks to the south.
Yeah.
And then they took me to the place where they said the other opening was. I said, what do you mean the other opening? And they said to me, well, this is the opening that's connected to where you came from. And when I went to the opening and looked at the petroglyphs at what they call the portal, what they call the Sipapu, the opening, Sipapu, there before me, you go down to the picture that says a kangaroo and a didgeridoo. And if you look at those photographs, there's a kangaroo and a didgeridoo.
That's Australia.
No kidding. What is it doing in the middle of Arizona?
So
I said to the elders, I said, well, what does this mean? They said, well, you can go through this opening, but you have to go to another dimension. But you can go through that opening, and you can come up in Australia, you can come up in Bolivia, or you can go back to where you were. Oh, my. I said, okay. I said, so are you saying that this is where Sphinx was pointing to? And they just said, yes. But there's an incredible...
No wonder you called it the Stargate.
We're starting to find out that everything that we thought in ancient mysteries is true. We're starting to find out and get the proof, as I wrote about in Last Cry, as I wrote about in Winds of Change, that these ancient cities, our connections, and our heritage will all be revealed in this time. Now, that's not me, myself. The Mayans told us that, the Inca told us that, the Lakota tell us that, the Hopi tell us that. We can go to Australia, and the stories are there on their rocks. And when we look at these photographs, they're very, very similar to that. And then the other thing is when we look at some of these photographs, which we can spend all night going through them, of the petroglyphs, there's Celtic writing, undeniable Celtic writing.
All right, there's going to be a very careful examination of these petroglyphs by many, many people, and maybe
That's why I put them up.
Yeah.
I would like people to contact us and let them know what they find. I can't know everything. And I only have so much time to research something, of course. And so if we can simply put something in front of people and go, here it is, what do you see, what do you know, then we can use our collective minds and our collective knowledge to start revealing things that are probably very necessary for us to know at this time.
Yeah, I'm going to get a lot of feedback from my audience on all of this, and you are going to get a lot of feedback from my audience on all of this. Let's do it again. For those who have computers, you're in luck. The photographs are free to be seen. Free to be seen. Go to my website, go to wolflodge.org, and try to get into either one and take a look. For those who must have photographs, Robert is willing to supply them. You can buy the photographs. How much are you charging for the photographs themselves?
I honestly don't know.
So whatever costs,
whatever they figured out, that was something that I should have just sprung on them this afternoon. There's a lot of people aren't going to have these, and they're going to want them, and there's a lot of people going to want the photographs to examine them.
Yep.
To make sure that we didn't do some studio wonderment with computer enhancements.
Yeah, I know damn well you did.
So I said, well, go ahead, here it is, you know.
All right, so otherwise, if they buy The Winds of Change, if they buy your earlier manuscripts,
Last Cry,
with
Volume 1, Winds of Change is 2. They get Volume 1, Volume 2. If they purchase these at this time and from this show, in other words, I'm going to do this from now until, say, Tuesday.
Yep.
If they can verify that they heard it on the show, you know, just say we heard it on our bell, And if they get the books, then we will give them tape that explains the story of where we're going and why this is all coming about. Plus, lots of copies of the photographs. If they want actual photographs, those can be purchased as well, but they have to be purchased to at least cover the cost. They couldn't possibly, of course not, fill these orders. You can't give them away, of course not. I mean, you are giving them away on the internet. But for hard copies, he's willing to supply them, but you're going to have to buy them for whatever it costs them to make them. The numbers are 800-905-8367. That's 800-905-8367, or area code 509-465-1606. That's 509-465-1606. Now, Robert, this is so significant that other media is going to, a lot of media is going to be coming to you, and there's going to be a lot of pressure for you to disclose where all of this is. I'll just tell them you're my agent. Don't you do that. But there is going to be a lot of that, and it will not be disclosed. However, are you willing to talk to other media? I mean, other talk shows? I'm willing to talk to other media. I'm willing to present the photographs for examination. I have no reason to create anything here. I understand. This is what I found. This is what people kept asking me to start showing, because I've talked about places that I've been how many times now on your show, and things that I've seen. And people want you to come, just like the photographs of the amulets. I mean, the amulets are real. Yep. And in that amulet, if you go back to those amulets, there was an absolute depiction of Horus, the god Horus, the hawk god. Or we could call it Rigel, the eagle, winged eagle god. But they were definite. These came from mounds. I've seen so much of this, but I've never recorded it, because when I would go to these places, I would go with my elders for the purposes of learning, so that I would understand that there was more to our history than I might have conceived. And I have my obligations to these people, to our own heritage that is already crumbling. And as we can see by the devastation of so many sites, they cannot be allowed to be done until the world becomes a place where they start protecting these locations. I couldn't agree more. All right, Robert, hold on. All right, we are now going to go to the phones. If you have a question for Robert Griswold, now would be a good time, and I can see you're already all warmed up for it, so that's coming next. Robert Griswold and you. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Broadcasting from 20 states and 5 Canadian provinces with 50,000 Rocks Twin Cities Radio. You're listening to AM 1500 KSTP, St. Paul, Minneapolis. Good morning, everybody. I'll tell you, we're going to do something a little special, so that those of you who do not have a computer, and I understand that would be the larger portion of you out there, so those of you who don't have one can hear those who do. I would like to restrict all of my caller lines right now to those of you that have had an opportunity to actually see the photographs we are discussing. Obviously, over time, many more will. But what I would like is the impression of those who have actually seen the photographs. So please cooperate, if you would. All the caller lines right now, let's restrict them to people who have actually had an opportunity to see photographs. That will give you some way to gauge reaction. All right? So everybody else hang up. If you have seen the photographs, and only if you have seen the photographs, call us on any one of the call-in numbers. Coming up next, we return with Robert Griswold.
From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. From east of the Rockies, call Art at 1-800-825-5033. west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach our area code 702-727-1222, and you may fax out at area code 702-727-8499. Please limit your faxes to 1 or 2 pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
All right, because of the really important nature of what's being discussed this morning, I really would like in the next half hour or so the opportunity to speak with those of you who have seen the photographs. So if everyone else would just lay back a little bit and not call, we'll get those on who have seen them and wish to comment and have questions. So with that in mind, stand by. Robert Ghostwolf coming right back. What I would like to do, Robert, is bring some people on who have seen the photographs and get a few reactions and questions for you. How's that?
Sure.
All right. I'm doing that just so the audience, the larger audience, it has not
If they listen.
If they listen, that's exactly right. So let's give it a try. First time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right. Where are you?
I'm in Cookville, Tennessee. My name is Rick.
Hi, Rick. You've seen the photos?
Yes, I have. I'm amazed that you have so many photographs up on the website. I'm really impressed.
Oh, what did you... All right, do you have any questions?
Yes. What kind of equipment did you take up there to the site, in addition to, of course, cameras? Did you take any video during that
They did take videos, but we couldn't shoot the videos given the conditions of the weather and the climbs.
Okay, and also, can you elaborate a little bit more on the expedition going in there as far as, you said you took security in there and armed men and things like that?
All right, that's a good question. Robert?
The people who let us in, which were 2, came armed because of strange things that have been going on in those mountains. As I indicated earlier, there's been an obvious decrease in the population amongst the bighorn sheep and the deer in that area. There were many, many stories of chupacabras, and so they would absolutely not go in there unless they had protection for us, considering that we were going to go in there with our pipes and our sacred pipes and do our ceremony before we went in, and they didn't necessarily understand that. Some of them were just God-fearing cowboys. And it's just, well, you do what you're going to do, Wolf. We're just going to sit here in case. And they absolutely made sure that we had to leave every day by 3:30 the latest so that we could get out of where this was and get back to civilization before dark fell. They would not stay there after dark.
Understood. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. I take it you have seen the photos.
Yep, I'm looking at them right now.
You're going to have to talk a little loud in your phone. Where are you?
This is Darren calling from Minneapolis.
Okay, Dan. Impressions?
I'm looking at the Archangel Gabriel,
Yes.
and I'm just amazed. And I was wondering if, well, I know you talked about how big they were, but, compared to the other pictures, the Archangel Gabriel looks to me like it's a lot bigger than the rest of them. I was wondering if that was kind of true.
It's pretty big, but it's pretty high up, and I couldn't get to it.
Okay.
So I can only do a guesstimation, and I can be off by 15 feet, 20 feet, a guesstimation, looking at it from the angle that we've looked at it. The interesting thing to me about the Archangel is if we look really at the face of it, it's like almost identical to the face of Mars.
It's very, I mean,
it's not an accident.
And, caller, the Sphinx, is there any question about that?
no. I mean, it's definite also.
I know. It's the Sphinx.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. There you are. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hello, where are you?
I'm from Phoenix.
Phoenix? All right, well, you're on the air.
Great. Mr. Ghostwolf said something about having a vision that he may have seen something underneath the Sphinx. Can you elaborate on that?
What I saw in the way I work these things is I do what's called a double blind test. So I'll have someone or two people from different locations cue into what I'm doing, and you could call it remote vision. I believe it was the native people that taught the Army how to do it. And since we've been doing it for at least 30,000 years. And what I saw inside was a chamber, and what I saw inside the chamber was what appeared to me to be a liquid crystal. The only way I could describe it was spherical in shape, and it was moving. It was like lights moving, like fluid light, and yet it definitely had crystalline qualities. And when I checked with my sister in South Dakota, she had confirmed the presence of this kind of energy, and I checked with Blackfoot friend up in Canada, and he had the same vision. I believe there's a term that I can't think of right now, Tellurium crystal, which is a crystal, a liquid crystal, and I believe that they're experimenting with these things with NASA. Understand that I don't have documents in front of me, but here it is. Sure. And I also believe from the knowledge that I've gathered that this is some of the technology that they discovered in some of the ships that they've captured, like in Area 51 and Hangar 18, where they're working with this, and they don't understand it. Well, the explanation is simple. This does exist. Alien ships do use this to create their ships and fly their ships. The ships are organic in nature. If you go into the Roswell ships, if you want to believe that happened, or you don't want to believe that happened, it's up to you. But for those of us who believe it did happen, if you go in, there was like no fingerboards, there was no keyboards, there was no controls, there was just two slots for hands to go in. What happens is that whoever's flying the ship literally merges their consciousness with the ship. And that's the nature of how these things are activated.
All right, Robert, hold on a moment. We have to take a midway break here, and we'll get back to the phones. I-5, North American Trading. Once again, Robert Ghostwolf, and first time caller line, you're on the air. Where are you, please?
Hi, Art. This is Scott calling from Garden Grove, California.
Yes, sir.
Three things for Robert. Number one, wow. That's all I have to say
I
there.
take it that is a reaction to the photographs.
Yes, it definitely is. It's just funny how we have a conglomerate of different things that are all at one site. And
apparently at another site.
And, well, yeah, you're going to find more than one, I'm sure. But the second thing is keep up the good work there, Robert. I really believe that it's going to do some good. Third thing, I have some supposition. You wonder why it would have kangaroos and the such in the petroglyphs. And I kind of almost connect this. You said that you've broken Bible code to a certain extent. I'm wondering, back in early Old Testament, they discussed the Tower of Babel and how God, or I believe there is, sundered all the races and split them apart, basically making sure that all knowledge was kind of 12 tribes. Yes, was kind of forgotten. It almost makes you wonder whether that could be something that would be tied into this. I just was wondering your thoughts.
I don't think it's entirely possible. The situation here, though, is that kangaroos didn't speak a language. And what we're dealing with is geophysical reality. Kangaroos aren't here. You know there are no kangaroos here. How could there possibly be? What we're dealing with is an animal, and if we study some of the animal species throughout history that we have recorded of the species that are in Australia, they have some very unique creatures there that are specific to that area only. So to see that here, plus the didgeridoo, I don't have any record of that being a commonly known Native American instrument. As a matter of fact, I've never heard of it until the past 10 years being played in any connection with Native American music. It is not an instrument indigenous to Turtle Island.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hello.
Good evening, Art and Robert.
Hi, where are you?
East of the Rockies.
Okay.
Robert, I'd like to talk to you about Zechariah Sitchin.
Yes.
I think, did you mention him a little bit earlier?
Yes, you did.
I think this seems to all come back to Zechariah Sitchin's Anunnaki paradigm.
Yes.
We're talking about 200,000 or 400,000 or older monuments like this. Do you agree that Sitchin's paradigm, is the best fit for this, especially in light of what's going on Mars?
In my opinion, Zechariah's extremely accurate. And he's very unprejudiced in what he presents.
And this is simply more verification of that. Is that the way you look at it?
Absolutely. It's just another affirmation. All right.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghost Wolf. Where are you, please?
Oh, I'm in Dallas, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I saw the pictures, and I don't quite understand the connection between the Phoenix, the Griffin, and the Archangel Michael. I mean, aren't those from three different groups of mythology? The Archangel Michael coming from the Christian mythology, and the Sphinx coming from Egyptian mythology. I don't understand the connection between
Well, if you believe it's Egyptian, that is.
well, it's generally where I've seen those.
But you raise it's a good question. It's a good question.
Well, my contact to that is that I mentioned earlier also that these are names I've given them.
Oh, I see.
They're just names I've given them because it was convenient.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like there's a petroglyph that I have there that I call, are these flower children or illuminated beings? Did Woodstock really happen? Where in the petroglyphs, these beings have rays of light coming out of their head. Well, I saw things like that in the 70s, but that's another discussion. And I can say this. What I am establishing is a global vision that we all come from one place. That at one time, we were all one people. And that's where we have to go now. And if we can see that we were all one, and that there really is no separation, how come, no matter what I hear in spiritual conversations, different theologies and religions, and what I hear in the prophecies, or what I hear in the stories, they all basically come to the same place. They all speak of the flood. They all speak of the beings from the stars. They all speak of this ultimate shift that we're headed toward in the quickening. Which Art wrote a very good book about.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you haven't read my books, you should at least read his book and then get the other two. It'll all start making sense.
Yeah, I understand that you say that I think you look at you see this general thing, but I don't see those things in other religions, such as the Vikings and Egyptian mythology. I don't seem to hear
Native Americans talk about, and I mean both North and South America, talked about the winged tribes, the winged beings. I believe Ken Carey wrote a book called The Return of the Bird Tribes, where he talks about the Wahanwi, the winged people, the winged beings that were here. We go to Egypt, we go to Babylonia, and we hear about the winged people with plumes. We go to South America, and we hear about Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent. We're dealing with winged beings. And don't let the language get in your way. When you get into these kinds of discoveries, when you get into these formations, these sculpture paintings, these petroglyphs, these hieroglyphics, you have to get into what is it beyond the word. Don't let the word stop you. One place it may be an angel, and another place it may be a master with Vesica Pisces coming out of his solar plexus. In another place, it's the winged being. In another place, still, it's a witch.
All right, but you're exactly right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghost Wolf. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi, where are you?
In Denver.
Denver. All right, you're going to have to yell at us a little bit here.
Okay, no problem. Can you hear now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm very astounded by that Sphinx, and it's very clear in the face. I have a question, though. These pictures were taken, two questions, actually. What time of day were these pictures taken, and was it recently? In the
They were within the last month, and they were taken at various times. My camera was attached to a lot of pictures.
The Sphinx.
But they were basically between 10 o'clock in the morning and 3:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. That kind of bothers me because I'm an avid hunter here in the Colorado area, and I've hunted up and down the Rocky Mountain area there, and southern faced mountainsides are illuminated in 180 degrees between 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock. They're fully exposed. Are you sure that that wasn't taken earlier in the morning? Because the shadows seem to be on the left side of the face, and that would have to be before 9 o'clock in the morning.
I wasn't up there with the camera that early. And the other thing is that we were dealing, especially with the picture of the Sphinx, the extremely overcast sky, which had snows the day before, and that day things were slowly breaking up.
Yeah, one other thing that kind of, you had someone, Archie had mentioned someone had sent in a fax. Both Sierra pine as well as pinyon pine are the genus and species evergreen coniferous, and they do not grow past 12,500 feet. I think if you found trees higher than that, pine trees higher than that, you found a biological, historical thing that never has existed before. And I was wondering, is there something special about that area?
Well, he did say earlier, if you heard, that it seemed warmer in that immediate area.
Well, pine trees, though, that evergreen coniferous needs a certain level of
Oxygen, I understand.
About 12,500 feet. That level of oxygen does not exist, and the only thing that can live up there is moss.
All right, you want to get that one again, Robert?
Well, I can simply say that when I looked at the topos of the area, that what read on the maps went from everywhere from 9,000 feet to 14,000 feet. Where I was standing, there was nothing above me except very far away. I didn't take an altimeter with me. I don't know the exact footage here. So if I'm off a little bit, that's possible. But I know that I'm well above 10,000 feet.
Well, above 10.
And when I got to where I had to go, I had to climb up. And it took 2 hours to climb up.
2 hours?
Full bore climb.
How many were in your party?
5 to 7.
Okay. 5 to 7. So, in other words, at different points, there would have one or two dropped off or something, or
Well, they would go to a different site, they would go to a different area. We would try to cover the whole area. It's quite a large area. And we're talking about a couple of, probably the whole site is probably a good 2-3 mile area.
All right, so obviously a lot more research has got to be done, but look, I'm telling you folks, we're at the top of the hour. We're going to break here. Get up to my website and take a look. I believe it's cleared enough. You can get in now at www.artbell.com. Scroll down to Robert Goswold's name, click on the link, and you won't believe your eyes. We'll be right back.
To talk with Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye. From east of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach out at area code 702-727-1222. And you may call Art on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. To reach out from outside the U.S., first dial your access number to the USA. Then 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nye with Art Bell.
It is, and we are discussing a remarkable archaeological find in the Rocky Mountains, an unspecified location. We have photographs. If you wish to see them, go to my website, www.artbell.com. That's ARTBELL.com. scroll down to the name Robert Ghostwolf. See the photographs. Just click on the link. Or you can go to wolflodge.com. Either one will yield these photographs for you. Just absolutely amazing photographs. What do they mean? Well, I'll leave that up to you. There have been an occasional one or two people say, Art, I just can't see it. I just can't see it. And if you can't see it, then you're not looking. Or you don't want to see it, but look. I have been as critical as anybody can be of various rock formations that I frankly have been unable to see that others have shown us. To me, there is no question about this. If you can't see it, then I suggest to you, my friend, you are not looking. Snappy is a remarkable product for anybody who's got a PC. And by the way, we are holding all of our lines open right now for people who have seen the photographs, so that we might impart to those who have not yet seen them the reaction. And so please only call if you have seen the photographs. Let me tell you, you can call right now for that free brochure. 1-800-526-5000. Well, all right, back now to Robert Ghostwolf, who has made what I consider to be the archaeological find of my lifetime, right here in North America, and of all places in the Rocky Mountains. Robert, were you surprised to find this where you did?
Yes, I was. I was like, okay. It just goes to show that you never keep learning. You never stop learning. You just keep learning. And, when I find these things, these sites, I go there, it's like, what happens to me is I start to realize that, it's time for petty squabbles, separatism and arguments over things, resources, materials. It's time to realize that we are really moving forward into something where the only thing that matters is the soul. So what does it matter? We're going to find things like this in Tibet. We're going to find things like this in South America. We're going to find things like this in Africa. We are starting to find people who are starting to come out and present this because of the way the world's shrinking with internet, web. You don't have to wait for Charles Heston to produce a movie. You can just put it up like we're trying to do tonight, right? And I just think, I know that this is going to shock some people, it's going to anger some people, it's going to excite other people, but I just think it's incredible that we're now evidencing what prior to this was just story and myth.
All right, back to the line. First time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Houston.
Houston. Yes. Have you had an opportunity to view these photographs?
I certainly have.
And?
I think they're about time. It's about time something like this is going to be revealed. I'm not surprised. I know they're there.
With regard to the Sphinx, is there any doubt in your mind what you're seeing?
No, there isn't. And I'm sure that there is a lot more of these everywhere. In fact, I think I heard something about an underwater site. I don't know if somebody published something on it. Somebody didn't respond.
I can tell you, off Okinawa.
Off Okinawa.
That's right.
Right. And I think there's going to probably, I know that they're around. I've spent a lot of time traveling out in the West and seen some mysteries myself. I'm sure that this will stick. That's the key. It will stick. And I think that with the internet, you having radio at the same time, people won't be able to push things away as they used to.
Well, with only radio, if we were to come on the air and do a radio program and we were to describe this to people without having the backup of these photographs, it would be very easy to dismiss.
Right, and it's easy for things to vanish quickly and things to change quickly when you don't have instant worldwide. Now people have downloaded pictures everywhere, and there's a way for things like this to come out nowadays. And having teams of people working on it and working through. Actually, you have a focal point. What I see is that one of the most focal points is possibly history if everybody working together in the right way.
I agree, and I thank you for the call. Do you have any questions?
I just have one other thing to throw in, because it's kind of strange, but I know it goes along the whole thing, and it's another part of this that people haven't been talking about much, is that giant bird sighting. Recently, there was even a program on some cable show about a giant bird sighting, and I saw myself in the middle of the city of Houston with other witnesses, a giant bird about 18 feet tall with about 22-foot wings. And then a couple weeks later, somebody told me about another thing about a giant bird that had actually attacked or something up there in the Colorado somewhere or something. And I wonder if there's any response on that. That I looked up all over the internet for different kinds of things. I found a lot of different things about in Missouri, a giant bird with people.
A lot of recent anomalies, yes. Robert, you alluded to that anyway. In this area,
The return of the Thunderbirds. It's just one of the signs of the Seventh Thunder.
The Seventh Thunder. Oh, I really meant to cover the Seven Thunders tonight, but this information, these photographs are so astounding that it's hard to get up on anything else. We will, though. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hello.
Hi, this is Ian in San Luis Obispo, home of the Chumash Indians.
Yes, sir. Hi.
Hi, great show, Art, and good to talk to you, Robert. Good to talk to you. Yeah, I'm really impressed with the angel Gabriel, also the hair and the wings, and it was well worth the wait, Robert. And we were waiting for a couple weeks for this. Thanks. And I have a couple of questions for you. One, is this in the San Luis Valley area of the Sonoran? I'm not going to say. Okay, please understand.
And you've got to know, caller, if he were to say even roughly where it was,
You're right.
the world would descend. You're not both.
Right. And this kind of sounds like the movie The Lost Tribe of the Dogman. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yeah,
I am. Yeah, that was just like that exist. Right. Also, Robert, do you find the similarity between Hopi last names and Polynesian last names? I kind of see that similarity. I'm not familiar with Polynesian last names. There's a lot of similarities between Hopi writings and Mayan writings and Korean writings. One of the people who went to the sites in Arizona with me, the petroglyphs of the caves that I took them to, where I took these pictures of the caves down there, was the Grand Tao Master, Master Lee from Korea. And he was fascinated with the similarities. And the last thing, Robert, are you familiar with the sighting in May of 1996 near the Nebato Rocky Ridge area of the Navajo Hopi Reservation? What sighting? I'm not familiar with it. It actually made a couple of major newspapers. Supposedly 2 Navajo women on disputed land were visited by 2 beings. Kachinas. All right. And I believe on a previous show with Art, I spoke about that. Okay. And I spoke about how in certain areas around there they were finding corn plants growing where they had been. Right. All right. Growing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Robert, you said earlier, you alluded to the fact that you were being watched. Do you know who's watching you?
There are some strange bureaucratic folk that would like to find out how I know what I know and where my information comes from. I'll leave that there. I'm also being watched by the elders to see if I respect the integrity of the native people. And the information has to get out, the truth has to get out. Locations can't be told, and the exact nature of some of the things that we know are there can't be discussed. And I think that they're watching for integrity right now because I am Matei. And being Matei, I fall into that questionable category of strange folks like Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, and Will Rogers. You know.
All right, East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf and Art Bell. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Connecticut.
Hi, Cynthia.
I enjoy your show, and I'm looking at the photographs. And I was curious to know the photographs that you label as graffiti. Do you have any sense of what that writing means, Robert?
It's someone's name.
It's someone's name?
Yeah, a lot of these sites, you know, when they find out where they are,
Yeah.
They come in with their crayon spray cans, and they write their names and the kind of graffiti you see on the sides of trains and things.
But I mean, are you saying this is modern graffiti or ancient graffiti?
Well, that particular graffiti was actually written in 1899.
Modern, then.
So it's modern, but there's other places where, at that particular site, where things are a lot more recent. And this is another reason why we just can't let these things be known until there's some measure or some program where the people get together and say, hey, we have to protect this stuff because our records are here. You know, the West is an incredible treasure house of information with the amount of sites. I mean, I've seen ancient cities that people don't even know about where they inhabited 300, 500 people on the sides of cliffs where they had chambers and pictures of the goddess and lunar wheels and sacred geometry that were done thousands and thousands of years ago. I personally concur precisely with Zachariah and with Richard on the fact that these places are well over 2,000 years old, but most people aren't ready to swallow that.
I can understand that. Now, the Archangel Gabriel, was that something that appeared almost sculpted, or would you consider that more of a natural formation, or how are you interpreting that?
Well, there are formations in the native understanding that are created by spirit. There are formations that have been created by beings from other places. I've seen evidence in a lot of other places where there was obvious laser use in the sculpting of the stone. There's a certain texture to the way the laser moves through stone. I've worked with it a couple of times, the contemporary things. I didn't see evidence of that here, but all I can say about what I saw wasn't an accident.
And then what makes you interpret that as the Archangel Gabriel?
It's just a name. It looked like that, and so he just gave it a name. And people are getting carried away with that. Maybe it's Fred, yeah. I mean, when you look at these photographs, forget the names. What do you conclude you're looking at?
I do see something that appears very angelic looking. And in stone is even more incredible.
Yeah, so I guess that's why he gave it the name he gave it, because it looks like what you think it looks like.
Yeah, I thought there was some more mythological background to that.
No.
Right? Because it's very intriguing.
Oh, yes. All right, thank you very much, and take care. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf.
Yeah, this is Francisco Armino Art. Robert, this is an amazing photograph I'm looking at. I'm looking at him on Art's page right now. And I was wondering if I could play devil's advocate for a moment. Is it possible that there's another photograph like these anywhere else that can be compared to them?
You're asking whether anybody else has taken a photograph of the same?
It's entirely possible. There's a lot of people in the world.
But do we know of any? No. Do you, Robert?
No.
No. All right.
Okay. Because I'm looking at the art, the Angel Gabriel, and you can see the wings, and you can see, I guess, those are hands in front. And
It looks like
it's holding something.
It could be a book, it could be a harp. Because of the horizontal lines, I'm assuming it's some sort of a book or some sort of a tablet.
Oh, okay, because, it is a little blurred, but, it is still very clear. So, there's no real detail.
What about the Sphinx? Do you see anything other than a Sphinx there?
Well, it looks like paws or that black mark in the front foreground.
Yes, but I'm talking about the main feature, the face of the Sphinx. Do you see the symmetrical?
Oh, yeah, you can see the face exactly.
Yeah, okay.
It looks like the face on Mars.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what it looks like. Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Robert Mark. I live in Southwest Colorado, and I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Obviously, there is something here. I don't know that everybody will get to every picture, but Robert, could you give us the exact dates that you were up there?
That I'm sure he can do.
It was in the beginning of March.
The beginning of March, or the first weekend of March?
Like the first week, 10 days.
Well, there's a couple of things that I'm sure that this is there, and I'm sure this is not a doctor photo of any kind. I just have a real question since I live here about the elevation, which I think is much lower than what you may have thought. And during the weekend that you mentioned, there was a real pretty good blizzard and snowstorm.
And
I just
he was in that storm.
The rocks and everything just don't look like they're covered with enough snow, especially at the altitude that you're thinking it might be at. There should be a lot more.
There was a lot of snow
and ice.
Or caller, pause. Take a deep breath and pause and let him answer.
Okay.
There was a lot of snow on certain sides of the mountain, and there was a lot of snow on the way to where I was going. And it took us some major delays to get to where we were going and drive through some areas that had some pretty deep snow. And the strange anomaly about where we went is it was fairly warm. And one morning there was like a 14-inch snowfall, and 2 days later it was gone.
Well, I mean, it certainly looks like there's some good snow melt where these were taken. It sort of looks to me like all three of the photos were taken from the same direction. But maybe that I'm just fooled by the shadows. But it seems to me like it would be much below 14,000. And the other thing about the 14,000 peaks, they're pretty heavily traveled, especially in the summertime, when there would not be any snow on the ground, because there's a circuit that a lot of people in Colorado like to climb, claim that they've climbed all of the 14,000 foot peaks, in the state.
He's saying, I believe he said it could be as low as 10.
Yeah, I just feel like it's probably a lot lower. And the other thing on the direction, if you're saying like some of the pictures facing southwest, I don't know of any peaks that would face south in Colorado that would face anywhere but New Mexico if it was facing south.
Robert, well, there's no way that I could tell, except by looking at compass reading.
Right. Yeah, and you're talking about something,
Caller, you're going to have to hold on if you want to. We're at the bottom of the hour. You want to hang tight?
Sure.
All right, hold on. I'm Art Bell. The photographs are there at www.artbell.com. Scroll down to Robert Ghostwolf's name and take a look. We'll be right back. Broadcasting to 20 states in 5 Canadian provinces with 50,000 watts of Twin Cities radio. You're listening to AM 1500 KSTP, St. Paul, Minneapolis. Through the magic of live radio, I'm Art Bell, live coast to coast on AM 1500 KSTP.
The romance in our every corner of let's trip off to a sound breeze. Kick up a little down, cactuses are red, pointed out the way.
Talk with Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nine from outside the U.S. First, dial your access number to the USA. Then, 800-893-0903. If you're a first-time caller, call Art at 702-727-1222. From east of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, call Art at 1-800-618-8255. Or call Art on the Wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nine.
That would be us. Good morning, everybody. Robert Ghostwolf is my guest. The photographs are absolutely remarkable. You've got to see them. Throughout the weekend, if you were unable to get through this night, then throughout the weekend, get to my website or his and take a look. Mine is www.artbell.com. And you just scroll down to the name Robert Ghostwolf and examine the photographs at your leisure. His website is
wolflodge.com. That's the normal www stuff, and then wolflodge.com. We'll be right back with you and Robert Ghostwolf. Are you a Bill is here, and so is After Dark. All right, a very good question for you, Robert. Once again, Robert Ghostwolf. Art, why did Robert Ghostwolf make his trek in midwinter rather than wait until later spring or even summer? He would have presumably better climbing conditions.
Well, I'd like to cover two things with this. One, I didn't go on a scientific expedition here with 12 scientists that could afford that. And obviously I'm not a scientist. And if I were to give exact elevations, I know there's a lot of mountain climbers out there that know exactly what elevation would be because that's where it is. So that in its own way would be giving away a map, wouldn't it?
Yes. So in other words, with regard to elevation and location, don't depend on what you're hearing.
Well, what I was going to say is that I was there. These photographs were taken. They were taken during the first part of March. And when you're traveling 20 miles back into the mountains, you're going up and down and up and down and up and down, and you're climbing up and down and up and down. You don't really know how high you are anymore. Regarding to why I went there in midwinter, sure, the window was open. And the purpose of going there was a spiritual reason, so that people in the native world, as well as the other worlds, would understand that many of the stories that have been told about these kinds of places were real, that we would understand that we had other beginnings. And the window was open, and the people were all there. And we went into ceremony and realized that the weather would stand back, which it did, and it did in this area. And all around me was nothing but storms and blizzards.
All right. Let me bring this caller back. Caller, you're back on the air again. Do you want to continue with what your line of question?
Well, sure. And I'm really not calling to try and debunk anything. I think that the comments that Robert just made go a long way to answering the questions that I had. To me, obviously, because I live here in Colorado, it doesn't seem to be the right altitude, and it doesn't seem to be, have the kind of snow coverage that if you said you took this yesterday, it would be still hard for me to believe because the kind of snow coverage at 14,000 or whatever, you could come back in 2 months and it would still be more than what's in these photos. You might remember back to the jet crash, Brown Eagle, that they had such tough time getting the pilot's body out.
They sure did.
That's the kind of condition that you're going to face at the altitude that he was originally talking about. So if it's exactly what you say it is, certainly it maybe has powers to keep the snow melted.
Based on the photographs as you see them, sir, what would happen if we were to give the actual altitude and location? Can you imagine what would happen?
Well, I think that just because of the questions that I've raised, that's why it's imperative that there needs to be some sort of scientific proof or verification because
what I'm saying is, just based on what you see, can you imagine what would occur if you were to disclose where this is?
Well, I tend to give people a bit more credit. I don't know that there would be as much damage and looting as maybe you guys have referred to. I think it could be a great important find for the world.
Well, I certainly agree with that. Thank you. And Robert, do you want to address that? He's saying no, it would be good. They wouldn't desecrate the site. They wouldn't chip away the stone or any of the rest of it.
I travel a lot of strange planes, and I see a lot of strange things. We talk about a lot of things that are even stranger, but I tend to be a total realist when it comes down to human nature. And just like people steal hotel towels, ashtrays, they're going to walk away with a second sight. I've seen it happen. So
I've actually saw that, Robert. I've seen it again and again and again.
And regarding snow, I understand that the other day it snowed in Israel.
It did. As a matter of fact, it did. It not only snowed a little, it snowed a lot. It was remarkable. Sign of things to come. First time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hi.
Hello, this is Dave in Cleveland.
Hi, Dave.
How you doing? My first thought is I'm very glad that you're going out over your program, Art. And my question to Mr. Ghostwolf is there any way to get a scientific person or team to this location to verify the exact date of this location so that there would be a less likely occurrence of individuals trying to defame you or the sites here in this area?
I think that eventually the hope of myself and some of the people involved is that some people with integrity who we are contacting through our own sources would turn around and do exactly what you're saying. And there definitely is the intent of verifying things beyond that, which is why this is only the beginning of the story. I've only had a couple of weeks to put this thing together.
So this is just the breaking news, as it were.
Yes.
All right.
I'm very relieved that it's coming out of your program, Mark, because otherwise I don't think we'd hear a word.
Well, you can be pretty sure of that. Okay, thank you. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hi.
Hi, Mike in Berkeley, listening to you on KOH.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe one of your past, or one of the previous callers was mentioning the San Luis Valley in southern Colorado, and I'd just like to vouch for the strange things that do happen in Colorado. There's a book out by a gentleman named Christopher O'Brien called The Mysterious Valley, and he documents the cattle mutilations. Supposedly a crystal skull was found there. There's glowing balls of light very, very frequently. The Tao's hum can be heard there. And so I would just like to say Tao's hum all the way in Colorado. Yes, sir. The San Luis Valley extends from northern New Mexico and tetrahedral land all the way up into Colorado.
All right, appreciate the call. Okay, thank you, and take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghostwolf. Hello.
Oh, me?
Yep, only you know that for sure, but it sounds like you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just listening to Real Audio feed on the internet, catching your show that way.
I see. Are you also able to see the photographs?
Yes, I am. I was wondering, people were saying that, could be very easy to find a site like this in the mountains because of the obviousness of the formations in the rock. I was in Colorado quite a few times myself, and hiking around in the mountains, it's like you can look at a face of rock from one angle and not really see anything except the face of rock, but once you get it at the right angle, I mean, it's right there, it's clear as day. And I'm sure that people have hiked through this location probably thought nothing of it because their angle was just not a rock face. My primary question was with the petroglyphic carving.
Wait a minute, before you move on to this, Robert, you were there, we weren't. The camera angle you've given us, it's really pretty obvious. For example, the Archangel, the Sphinx, there's very little photographic doubt about it at all. But you obviously have seen it from different angles. Can you tell us whether these symmetrical aspects of these photographs hold up from different angles as well?
Yes, they do. It's not like going to a place like Sedona where you see things that from one angle look like something and then from the other angle don't look like anything. Also, when you do go by these kinds of places, even when you go by where the petroglyphs are, a lot of it has to do with where your mindset is. It's like if you're all agitated and you're all full of anxieties, you can walk right by 50 petroglyphs and not see them, definitely. A certain space, and like you turn around and you go, wow, this is the same rock I was just looking at, and they sort of come out. Well, it's one of the terms I like to use is lights up, it's like you lit it up and sure see it now. There's a certain vibe that it emanates in order to bring it to your attention as well.
Yep. You wanted to ask about the petroglyphs?
Yes, I was wondering what some of the petroglyphic carvings that are in the lower images, did you notice what the depths were in the stone carving? Were there any significant depths, or were most of them shallow scratches, or what was the texture of those?
Most of them were shallow scratches. There were some forms of organ writing that were carved much deeper, but they didn't, for whatever reason, probably because the camera I was using, I didn't have a zoom lens here or things. We had a zoom lens when we were in the Rockies, but we dropped it and we broke. But I couldn't make those come out. Those were really deep. They were like a half an inch deep. These were typical petroglyphs that weren't carved or etched that deeply. A lot of them were tamed.
Very similar to some of the cave rock paintings and
one of the things that was remarkable to me about the petroglyphs was some of the colors that you could still see the flakes on the paint. I mean, there were some brilliant tones there. There were some turquoises and pinks and greens and violets and blues that I haven't seen before. I can see some of the patterns that are very reminiscent of the epigenome treachery on the Mississippi River. Research on those. There's a lot of turtles and like some lizard type things. Yeah, well, they're really quite remarkable petroglyphs. They verify a lot of prophecies, and these particular petroglyphs, in my interpretation thus far, I haven't had a lot of time, but in my interpretation thus far, everything that I look, when you look at some of these places, especially this place, you have to look at all of them to get the story.
There will be a great deal of interpretation, I'm sure, done over the next few days and weeks by the audience.
The stories on the flood are incredible there.
Sure. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghost-Wolf. Hello.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Robert. A few things real quick, because I know we're getting toward the end of things.
All right,
earlier you had said...
Where are you?
I'm in Sacramento.
And have you seen these photographs?
Absolutely.
And?
They're incredible. I think people are getting hung up on the terms that Robert gave them because he just annoyed them with terms that he was compelled with, and so people are going there and they're looking for a thing. And in regard to the people that couldn't make it out or said they couldn't see it, you might want to, or let's advise them to look to the side of the rock where the face is on the side and not directly straight on, trying to make something out of the shadows directly straight on. Right? If you look to the side of the rock, it's absolutely perfectly crystal clear. And the other thing that I really quick wanted to say was, earlier Art, you said wolflodge.com, and it's wolflodge.org. Thank you. And very rare to correct our stuff. And the question I had for Robert, and I'm really curious. Robert, do you feel that because the elders had this knowledge, and because you found other aspects to these discoveries about the Stargate, as you talk about on your site, do you think that there was any kind of derailment for mankind because of the genocide of the Native Americans?
Yes, I do. I think that we lost a lot of very valuable information during a time of incredible zealot ignorance. But it's not the first time we've gone through that. So this is not about casting blame. It's about realizing what might have gone wrong.
I understand that. I don't mean to suggest blame. I mean, it was a tragedy, of course. But I guess what the heart of my question is, did it affect the time factor in us reaching a particular destiny or greater knowledge? Did it slow us down, or did it derail us, or did it take us onto a different path?
It made it harder for us to put the whole picture together. We're now dealing with a lot of fragmented information, where at once that information was totally intact. That information is now totally fragmented. But there are places and there are records that are still intact. Right now, what's being shown, not particularly here at this site, but what people are discovering all over the place, and I'm not the only one who's discovering things. And what we're seeing now is an incredible realization of, something that's getting us beyond the stereotype image of a bunch of guys in long clothes riding on horses shooting buffaloes. There was a part of our history where that's where we were. There was a part of the European history where everybody wore, 500 pounds of metal and sat on a horse, and they saw off, they stayed there for 8 days. That's true. But now we are moving into a place where we are starting to see the oneness of so many things that go beyond what we have been allowed to see, because only a privileged few knew about the information and they kept it secret. now what we're seeing is like, wait a minute, what I just saw over there in Tibet looks just like this thing that I saw down in Indonesia, which reminds me of what I saw in Africa. Like, and what is it doing on a cave in Spain?
Hey, we're woefully short on time. We might be able to fit a couple more in. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Ghost-Wolf. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes, where are you?
This is Lucy in San Antonio.
Hi, Lucy.
Hi, I am so excited.
You've seen the photographs, I take it.
Oh, yeah, and they're very clear to see.
Yes, they are.
But I believe, if you want to see it, if you're open to see it, you'll see it. But the angel, the archangel,
Yes.
I believe that the way he named it was just quite appropriate. Because I see Gabriel more as a messenger than a gatekeeper.
Well, there sure is a message here.
Yeah, I believe so. I think the whole thing is a sign and a message. Especially since there's a correlation between the Sphinx and Orion. Okay, do you understand?
Oh, yes, clearly.
Do you understand what the Orion and the constellation and how the Bible talks about the Mazzaroth?
You're talking to somebody who's been interviewing Richard Hoagland for years.
Okay, yeah. Well, there's a whole connection. The Bible says that the heavens declare His glory, and that's what the constellations are. Orion speaks of the coming one, the one of light. So I think what you're seeing here is a message. And when he talks about the seven thunders, Revelation talks about the seven thunders, and each one is a message.
I believe they would be the seven seals.
No, these thunders are going to be messages given by angels. That's how I interpret it.
I see. All right. Well, I would.
All
All right. I appreciate it. I'd look at the seven seals. There's a lot of there's a big parallel if you look at the seven seals and the seven thunders, but that's another program. And Robert, we're just about flat out of time here. Listen, please give out your information one more time. You've been kind enough to put the photographs for free on my website, on your website. Those who don't have computers and can't get to a library, if they want the photographs, we will sell them copies for what it costs to sell the products,
For what it costs to produce them, and if they buy the books, they can call 800-905-8367, or they can call 509-465-1606. When they buy the books, copies, from now until Tuesday. After Tuesday, I'm cutting that off. But from now until Tuesday, if they buy the books, and you have to understand that The Last Cry is Volume 1, and Winds of Change is Volume 2.
Right.
So to understand Winds of Change, you have to buy Last Cry, or you won't understand some of the things that I'm referring to in there. And if they do that, we will include that with the purchase.
All right. Well, listen, my friend, it has been quite a night. I knew it was going to be earlier in the day. Frankly, I'm glad I didn't know about all of this before early today, because I could never have kept it to myself. It would have killed me. So thanks for breaking it on my program. That's all I can say. And I'm sure you're going to be hearing from other media as well. And so I wish you good luck. And thank you for bringing your news here, my friend.
Thank you, and next time we'll talk about the prophecies connected to all this stuff.
We will indeed. Good night.
Good night.
All right, folks. That's all the time there is. I'm sorry. Everybody's lined up, and we could have taken 10 million calls on all of this. What can I say? Robert has told his story. His story is backed with photographic evidence. Go take a look yourself. Judge yourself. That's all I can say to people, and that's how I do my programs. Be a judge yourself. The web address is www.artbell.com. For now, from the high desert, good night.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and see what we can get into. Well, hello and welcome to the stream. We're going to do a little bit of this Larry Wilson, Revelation and End Times.
Parkville, somewhere in time.
Thank you for joining the stream.
AM from September 20th, 1995.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good morning. Across much of the nation, or good evening, as the case may be, moving west. Actually, coverage from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands to the U.S. Virgin Islands in the Caribbean, St. Thomas specifically, covering all the islands. And if you all are with us this morning, I would appreciate, as a matter of fact, I will for a time. I've got a feeling it's probably not with us, but I want to try it. The U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically St. Thomas, have been absolutely decimated by a hurricane. Now, I'm going to open my first-time caller line right now to anybody in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So if you guys are back up and in news yet,
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
we know some telephone communications was to be restored today, and I would like to get a report. I've got a lot of listeners out there, relatives in the Virgin Islands, and they'd like word, and I would like word. So if you're in the U.S. Virgin Islands, call us at area code 702-727-1222. Anybody out there hears this is able to get out on the phones, which I kind of doubt. Once again, it's area code 702-727-1222. We'd sure like to know how you all are doing. So that, and while really it is on the air, is our eastern limit down into South America and north equally to the North Pole. Now,
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
this evening is going to be very interesting for us. His name is Larry Wilson. And I guess I would like to begin by warning because I'm not sure you'll like it. Larry believes that a couple of comments are going to be in the future. Put it bluntly. If this kind of material disturbs you, this would probably be the right time to tune out. I don't mind. I'm not trying to disturb you. I'm not trying to scare you. And so I'm issuing this as a warning right up front. Now, let me do this. Let me tell you, and I don't know why it is when I do these kinds of programs, I get this kind of news. I don't know how to bring it up. There were two significant earthquakes today. One of them, quite significant, 5.8, located about 100 miles north of Los Angeles. Another in Central California, about 10 miles north of Ridgecrest. And so there is a very serious amount of sudden earthquake activity going on. And it will relate to some degree about
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
But this morning, a different angle. And a lot of people are biblically oriented, religiously oriented, tend to come after the word of Michael Scott and say, false prophet. This morning's guest faces a lot more.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
I'll tell you more about that in just a moment. It's going to be a very interesting program, but it's not a great go away. So, let me tell you a little bit about Larry. And this comes from, I guess, his newsletter, or a newsletter, to find out that his story, since February of 94, I followed the phenomenon of near-Earth objects, NEOs, crashing into our planet. The reaction of the SP government, that is where I'm currently put, and others has caused the spectrum from sheer disbelief to almost absolute hysteria. I have tracked the information on the satellite, which was tasked to map and photograph the moon's surface, and then conduct a flyby and cut it off asteroid. Geographos, is it? Geographos, I guess, 1620. That's not enough about the rock, because it's a rock, which is 2 kilometers in diameter. It's classified as a color-filled asteroid that orbits the sun at the same time as Earth. Needless to say, after successfully mapping the moon, on Saturday, 7 March 94, 20 times gone out of orbit,